We ready.
Tweet, 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 tweet.
Let's make sure. Make sure I do this on my other screen. Here we are. Make sure that I'm officially tweeting over there.
There is Chris.
It'd be very unexciting.
No.
So, Squee. You hear Squee?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Inferno and I, and also Kikoni, had a discussion about the life of role-playing games, and it got pretty in-depth in comparing it to other systems and how role-playing's done and whatnot. And I think the conclusion that everyone had, no matter how many disagreements or ands or ors or buts or any of these things, I think every single one of us agreed that munchkins are the worst thing to have in a campaign.
Wait. Munchkins are the worst thing to have in a what?
A campaign.
Campaign. Munchkins, as in from The Wizard of Oz?
Oh,
Squee.
the term munchkin in a pen and paper game, and maybe even outside of that, at least to a minor extent, is the concept of a player doing mid-maxing, but to a point where it clearly breaks the game, where it is above and beyond anything that somebody normally can do. So instead of just kind of going like, well, I have a character that has like an SDC gun that it can only fire twice, and you have a character that can fire 5 times, and you can do like MDC damage. No, it's more of just like, I have a SCV and I get to go around in my freaking gun doing MDC damage. You have the Death Star.
That's what it is. Imagine a power gamer on crack. Power gamers like to play powerful characters. They like good weapons, right? Munchkins don't want powerful things. They want the most powerful thing, and they want it fucking now.
I see.
So you're talking about Fire Frog?
No. Don't be mean.
I'm just kidding.
He's right
Why?
here. Right here listening.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
He's That's beside the point.
Yeah.
I will say at least a slight part of Fire Frog would be very hard to play in a pen and paper game. If he plays his character that he wants to play, which is like a Cosmo Knight, it'd be very hard for any other class to play with them because he would solve any and all battle problems in an instant.
You say that. You say
Battle
that, but I think a
problems.
creative GM. Oh, I don't know. No, see, I don't even think Cosmo Knights are unstoppable in combat. I think there are things in combat that they can't do. I mean, you have to get fucking creative.
Yeah. It's also restrictive to the GM because now he has to put the exact combats into the game as well.
I would say as a GM, I personally wouldn't do it, mainly because while I think a creative GM might be able to do it, you would have to constantly try and find ways to do it, because normally, under normal conditions, the Cosmo Knight would step over anything that's a challenge for the other players, and I as a GM just don't want to deal with it. I don't mind getting creative, but I don't want to have to look at every single fight and go, if I want everyone to have fun, I'm going to have to really work at this.
Fair enough. Different philosophies. I mean, I'm personally glad that no one in this campaign is, say, a Dragonling or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Dragons are ridiculous, as far as I can tell in this particular world.
Never mind.
So,
I was gonna
Criana
say-
is... Oh, sorry. I just got a message from Criana. I'll let them decide. So, she just got home after work. She's just going to eat and chill for about a half hour-ish.
Mm.
And then she's going to hop on. So she says, don't wait for me, right? But if it's only a half hour, we might want to or might not want to, or we can kind of quasi start without her. Like, you guys can decide what you want to do next. You know, before things start, or you guys can talk about stuff in and out of character or something like that.
I'm fine with just shooting the
Let's
breeze
talk
for a
about
bit.
stuff.
Yeah,
And
just
if
talk about
needed,
stuff. Yeah.
if needed, I have a role play between Tom and Al plan. if needed.
So on the concept of munchkins,
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt that. I just decided to let everyone know.
I am a little curious because again, I am very new to role playing in general, GMing and player side of it.
Yep.
Isn't this something that a GM should be able to curb pretty immediately? I mean, are there ways for a munchkin to get it beyond a GM?
Not if
yes
the
and
GM
no.
stays on top of things, because the GM's rules say whatever the GM says goes, right? So there's no way you can have the most powerful thing unless the GM okayed it in the first place. You know what I mean?
Right.
The idea of the munchkin mentality is that you don't like getting restrictions, right? You don't like being told you can't have something, or it's like someone who started a level 1 character, right? And they want, I don't know, like a greater rune weapon or something like that, and be like, no, you got to earn that, right? And they're like, no, I don't want to earn it. I just want it right now because it's so sweet and so awesome, right? It's the idea of they want the reward right away without putting in the effort.
Got it.
And that's a rare personality type, in fact.
So I see the problem then comes in that it's not that they get everything and ruin the campaign. It's more often that they're always upset because they're not getting what they want.
Kind of. It's much more prevalent in D&D because the rules are very rarely can be argued because all of the abilities are written down, and there are certain loopholes and things like that can be disputed by the GM, but the GM would then have to be breaking the rules of the game at that point.
That's true. Combine a power gamer on crack with a rules lawyer, someone who can find the loopholes to make. See, that's the thing. In the game, they can't get what they want by what the GM tells them what they can get. So what they do is they use the rules so they can get what they want.
Got it.
Right?
Oh God, that would be just constant fighting.
I know. I mean, it's awful. So that's why
I'll tell you
Bunch
right
Kings are
now,
the worst.
I'm a fucking power gamer. I like the big, huge things.
Exactly,
The cool
but
things.
there's a big difference between power gaming and action gamers and munchkins. A huge difference.
Yeah.
Huge difference.
True. Yeah, I kind of am too. I mean, I like having a powerful character, but I like having powerful characters in a less conventional sense.
Who doesn't like having a powerful character? The more powerful you are, the more things you can do, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be physical power. That's the big thing that you just talked about, Squee, too, right? You like to be powerful, but in unconventional ways.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would argue
Fucking
that...
Patrick's powerful as hell. Shit.
Extremely. He's the only one who knows how to do a lot of stuff. And as Tyrath says, knowledge is power.
If we didn't have Patrick in our group, we wouldn't be here.
I
telling you
would argue
that
if you
right
didn't have. I would argue if you didn't have anyone in your group, if we took out any one player character, no one would be here. Everyone has saved somebody's ass at least a few times because this campaign has gone on for over a year now.
Yeah. I can see the general path of Patrick now without you guys. Dum-da-dum-da-dum, this is such a great day. How is everybody? Oh, sweet. A kind old lady wants to invite me into her house. Sweet. Oh no, she's a daemon. Hope she's a nice daemon.
Oh, well, this is something.
Or dum-de-dum-de-dum, let's go into this dragon cave.
Literally.
Oh no, I'm blind and I set my bomb. Oh no.
Why did I even bring a bomb? I don't even know how to do these things.
Oh my God, you're doing Mr. Bill. Oh no. But literally, if he hadn't found that shuttle and he hadn't put in the time to fix it, we would not be in space.
Yep, that's absolutely right. That was a huge linchpin.
And God,
Yeah.
the spaceship thing, pure chance.
Yeah,
I know this
pure
in and
chance.
out of character, pure chance.
Yep.
Well, actually,
And-
in character,
oh,
it could be divine intervention.
Yep.
And
It's true,
also,
Sorry, go ahead.
you're the only person in this entire group that knows how to fix things.
I can jerry-rig him now, but yeah.
There's a
not
difference
the same.
between the two. One is fixing it so it won't break for about 3 hours. One's fixing it.
Right. No, I completely
Yeah.
agree.
I know.
One's using bubble gum and duct tape to make it kind of putter.
No, that is true though, because there is a chance you guys would have run into Omar again, right? But you would have healed him up and sent him on his way, and that was it, right? It was him stumbling upon, or him poking around curiously and finding the space shuttle that led him to introduce you to the people who landed in landing zone Omega.
Yep.
L Zone Prime, and and did all that good stuff, right? But the same could be said for everything. That's what I fucking love about RPGs, and oh my god, I fucking love about emergent storytelling, is that if a GM already has a story in mind and they want to tell it, right? Which, by the way, is not a bad thing, right? And what the players do can shape that story, right? But regardless of what players are involved, that story's gonna happen, right? With an emergent narrative, if you take one of those players out, the story completely changes.
Yes.
I mean, sorry, not the story completely, like the plot completely changes, right? Because if you take a character out of a narrative type of thing, the story does change. The person isn't there and different thing happen, right? But I mean, sorry, the greater plot completely changes.
Yeah, I of course I've had my experiences with
Both.
the other end of the spectrum, the long planned out campaign, and I just don't think, and we've talked about this before, I just don't think it works as well for pen and paper games, or maybe it doesn't work as well for our group, or whatever the case may be. I think emergent narrative just has so much more freedom and enjoyment for everyone.
Yeah.
Because as a GM, you're not constantly having to sit there and go, how do I get them to point B without making it look like I'm getting them to point B?
Yeah, it's tricky. It is tricky.
Just don't worry about getting them to point B. Let them go to point fucking C if they want to.
Yeah, I think point fucking Z.
I think a good a good middle ground kind of thing would be to set up, like, let's say you wanted a campaign that would take a while. Like, let's say we did Ardenfell differently. Let's say I wanted there to be an Azil. I make it an established, there is Azil. He's got 15 generals that do this, and that's it. That's as far as I go. And then let it all just emergently unfold from there, and the players will find a way to get where they need to go.
Heck, maybe they
So do we
will
want to fuck with this
embrace.
guy, or do we want to go check out that cave? I kind of want to check out that cave. Let's not
That
fuck with
was
guy
that was
yet.
one thing. That is one thing I've realized, that if I ever gave advice to GMs, is don't make your PCs, unless your group asks for it, do not make them vital to saving the world. Just don't do it, because
Yes.
it takes away their freedom to do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Our biggest problem with Ardenfell has been, God, I'd love to go visit this village, but we've got to do this.
We got important business to do.
Yes.
We're
the
adult
only
with many important things.
It's great for things like Mass Effect or Dragon Age, not so much for a pen and paper game.
That is true. I think another way of wording it, which has the same spirit, is that don't have too much of a sense of urgency for the players to do something that is of huge importance, right? Because you could still make that same mistake that you just talked about, Squee, in an emergent narrative game, right? I could put in, I could just throw in a villain, a big powerful villain, right? And something that is so important and so sweeping, once again, it limits the choices, right? Now, it's sometimes having either like a time limit or an objective limit can be fun, right? But when it becomes so big and so impressive and so important to the lives of the characters, the world they live in, and the people that they care about, you've pretty much eliminated all choices except the one that will resolve that issue, right?
Right.
And if it's the more powerful the villain, the harder that issue is going to be. Right?
If I had ever done it again, or if I had started over, what I thought would have been really fun to see was to throw everything in the same situation, but instead of you guys being the only people that can defeat him, you're just a group that's in this world while all this crap is going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like maybe you were there at White Bridge when
Yeah.
it went down, but you weren't really the center of it. It just went down around you. Maybe you're part of the fight against Azil, but how and what is up to you, because you're, I mean, I don't want to say expendable, but you're certainly not the only people that can do it.
Mm-hmm.
That would be more fun, just to see how the group reacts to the world going to hell around them.
I think so. And see, this the interesting thing is that you wouldn't even have to eliminate us being gem bearers, right? Maybe us being these stone bearers. Sorry, it is called stone bearers, right? They're
Yeah.
stones. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
I know they're kind of gem-like, but anywho, the stone. Give me a moment. Sorry. You could still have us be the stone bearers, but maybe not that just be the only way to defeat Azil, right? So maybe that's something that's revealed like halfway through the campaign, about being like, wait a second, these stones can do it too. Oh shit, mind's blown, new tactics can be created, everything like that. So interestingly enough, it's not like you had to scrap the entire idea, right? It's like you said, you just create such a huge sense of urgency that players don't feel like they can do anything else because the world is burning. It is tricky. It's really tricky, and the important thing is to come up with objectives, but not necessarily, unless it's super important or super short term, to come up with a time limit. You know what I mean? I don't know. Sense of urgency can be fun. All I'm thinking about is, like, what if I did, because Al is looking for a way to help Morin, right? That poor girl who has her mind possessed by something, and she's a complete space cadet, right? And it's completely upset Lee. Completely. It's ruined his personality. It would be... The way things are going now is that it's a mystery to be solved, right? But like Morin is in no utter danger, right? And Lee is trying to deal with it himself, right? So he still wants to help, but it's not like if I gave Morin a disease and she's gonna die in 3 months.
Right. I think what it is, or a good way to look at it, is that sense of urgency is fine, but not on such a extensive scale. Because the thing is, sense of urgency is great until you realize that the sense of urgency is not going to last this session and next session. It's going to last next month and the month after that. And the month after that.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo. Bingo. Bingo.
Bingo bongo.
But lessons learned.
Yeah. Well, that's... I mean, I'll tell you this, Squee. I didn't come from my mama's body with all this GM knowledge, right? And I'm still learning so much. I mean, this is how you learn, is by doing, right? So never feel bad for stuff that you've done before.
Right.
Unless it's like people.
To answer your question, actually, it's rendering right now, and it should be uploading tonight before I go to bed. I've got, let me see here. I've got 12 episodes of Rifts pretty much ready to go, which takes us up to last week, because I don't have Piph streamed last week. It's been a bad week for me. So, but no, you should be getting more Rifts. Yeah, you should be getting more Rifts tomorrow.
Squee's back has kind of been out for the past week or two.
A week exactly
give me a second.
Today, believe it or not.
Oh yeah. I'll get you the link to last week's stream.
Oh sure. No rush on it. But yeah, and I know there's an Ardenfell I gotta get up there, 94. I know it was broken, and I was like, I'm not in a place to fix this right now, so I will get it done soon.
Yeah, it's just the internet. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so if you want, I mean, we can still keep talking about GM stuff or whatever, but we could also get a little bit more towards the session. We could maybe show a little bit of art, and we can maybe talk about what you guys want to do next, or I can give you a refresher, or you guys can spitball some ideas, and then like like Burns said, he had a role play in mind too. So there you go.
All right. I think that would probably be pretty good. So, let's get to these pictures.
Yeah.
So,
picture.
let's do this in chronological order. First up, Criana made something.
Yeah, she did. Are you showing the Cosmic Whip?
Oh, yeah, I am.
Fuck yeah, Cosmic Whip.
So there's the Cosmic Whip. Oh my gosh.
He's so brilliant. I told Criana, I'm like, I couldn't have imagined anything better. Like everything, even from like his mind over matter implants, is just you could rewatch that session where he shows up in the New Laszlo Park and gives our heroes a very important quest, and he matches that description fucking perfectly. God, I love him. Yeah.
The Cosmic Whip showed up for 2 of the episodes, I believe.
Yeah, 2 sessions. One while he was full on crazy pants, and the other one during the day by the healing clinic, the psychic clinic, where Mila had not a confrontation with him, but the group saw him in a different light. We'll just say.
I see. And next up we have Glass Rose. Has a good old Mila in her power armor, looking inquisitively at a flower she picked on the last session.
I like that. It's a good picture. I've noticed actually that Allie has been drawing a lot of pictures of people in either body armor or power armor, which is really nice because a lot of people don't do that. I mean, it's good either way. Don't get me wrong, but it's a nice touch that she's doing. That's for damn sure. So thank you very much, Allie.
And to see pretty much all these pictures and much more, this is all on Twitter. It's been basically archived under the hashtag RiftyFell. And that's where a lot of the pictures and everything that's been posted by fans, and including ourselves, about pretty much all of our role-playing games, Rifts, 3 Galaxies, Ardenfell, a bit of Corsairs.
Yep.
And yeah.
Yeah, it's a catch-all tag now. It's wonderful.
Yep.
All right. So that's it for the pictures.
That's it for the pictures. So, when we last left off, as far as the campaign went, you guys just re-emerged from Mars once again after doing, at least partially, Operation Sweet Silence, in which you were investigating a terraforming outpost. You were able to capture a fly-like mutant, which is now stored in your cargo bay. You've also collected quite a bit of food for this thing, at least of the natural flora of Mars. And Mila had her own little strange adventure in which she followed clutches of yellow flowers to at least a segment of this terraforming research outpost, which she encountered both a skeletal individual and some other little small details, but she made a very hasty retreat when some mutant cockroach creatures began to approach her and potentially accost her. She blasted out of the ceiling and soared across the Martian sky like a comet with damaged wings. And then finally the group was able to recollect themselves, and they decided that too much attention was brought to their current position. And Mila playing distraction, they were able to get themselves and all the other crew and the freebooters from the Minor Innocents back onto the ship. Before they left off, sure enough, their instincts were right, and a large colony of ants appeared a little too late to attack the group, but soon enough to watch them blast off into the sky. So, you guys as a group are still, the priority is still to continue the operation, the mission objective, which is the recovery of Mars colony data. right? So, of course, you have a few options. The Operation Sweet Silence was not a failure. It's just not completed, right? You didn't, with the exception of some local flora and that bug, you didn't get any sort of data, any sort of intel, right?
Mhm.
So, of course, you guys have multiple decisions. You can wait a while and land somewhere else around that terraforming outpost. Wait a day or two and then try again. Or you guys can meet another objective, go another landing zone, like Landing Zone Juno for Operation Codename Desperado, or Landing Zone Janus or Janus to do Operation Two to Tango. Of course, if you guys have alternate ideas you want to bring up, either with each other or to the commander of this entire exposition, everyone's favorite man, Killian Blackwater, you are more than free to do so. So what do you guys think? What do you guys want to spitball?
I don't like Killian Blackwater.
Okay, fair enough.
I
fair
really
enough.
don't like killing Blackwater.
I think that we should go for the tunnel next.
Yeah, I would be down for that. I would also be down for just waiting a little bit and trying Vesta again. What I am most interested in is knowing how long it'll take to repair Criana's Starscream armor.
Since most of the damage was done to the wings and minimal damage to the helmet, it can be repaired very, very quickly, actually in a period of about 12 hours. A technician would come on board your ship, detach the wings, take the helmet, repair them, bring them back on board, and reattach them. And that'd be done within a 12-hour period.
Okay.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that bad. I wouldn't mind either way, honestly. What I am concerned about, though, is the fact that I'm pretty sure Criana does not have body armor. That's why she was in the Starscream. She didn't actually request body armor. So, if we are going to do if we're going to do either, honestly, 2 to Tango at Landing Zone Janus or Sweet Silence at Landing Zone Vesta, both of them are cramped quarters. So, I mean, you have something, Jim?
Oh, do I have something? No. I was gonna just say what you're saying is right. I don't recall Mila taking any sort of personal set of body armor, but I'm sure that you guys can come up with a solution to the problem. I'm optimistic about it.
Yeah.
If you have any questions for me, feel free to ask.
Honestly, I think the first course of action would be to ask if if I'm thinking about this in character, I'm sure we could just ask one of the NPCs, did anyone bring extra body armor for Mila? Failing that, we might try to requisition some from Killian Blackwater, everyone's favorite guy. I mean, there's a couple of options we could pursue before we decide, before we have to go into, okay, she doesn't have body armor, what do we do now?
That's true. Yeah. Well, I can let you right now, since we're just talking about it then. None of the NPCs packed an extra set of body armor, and with the exception of Alicia, she would be the only body type that could probably fit Mila, and she only brought her own. She only has one suit of body armor.
Would she mind if Mila got in hers? Because if I recall correctly, we were going to, well, at least last time we left her as the pilot to, in case shit goes wrong, warm up the engines and that kind of thing.
Alicia isn't against the idea, and she says it would work in a pinch. She's just only has one concern. Say they land, you land again, right? And maybe one of these creatures gets on board.
Yeah.
That thing will tear her in half. She suggests she does make note that the Minor Innocents is a much larger ship. They clearly have repair facilities, and they have a bunch of men and women that they're using as soldiers and as guards and as whatnot. And not all of them are being used to their potential. She says it seems like almost a quasi-military operation, and she knows in her experience when you have something like that, you're going to keep a couple extra sets of armor.
Yeah.
Indeed.
She
Well, we're gonna have to-
she also mentions, because she doesn't like Killian either. She doesn't, as mentioned before when you guys had that discussion last week about privacy and how she doesn't like the situation, but they're not really in a position to do anything. Killian leaves a bad taste in her mouth. So she suggests, well, maybe ask Nocturne instead.
That's a good idea, actually. I like that idea.
I mean, she's in command of her own ship, after all. She seems a little bit more reasonable.
And we don't have to ask the Razor's Kiss. We would have to ask
The Minor Innocence. Yeah.
Which is hers.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
And that's actually very smart too, because she's in charge of the ship that has the most likely chance of having it.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I am for this.
Great. Did you guys? We could roleplay the conversation right now if you guys want.
Go for it.
Or we could just talk about it. I mean, it's up to you. Whatever you guys think would be fun.
I'm fine role playing it. I'm actually kind of curious.
Sure. So, so you would get on the comms, right? You would open up a channel to the Minor Innocents, and after talking with a few other personnel, you would relatively easy get in contact with Nocturne. And she comes on the vid screen, right? She has, short dark hair, her freckled face, her eyes look a little bit sleepy, I guess you could say, a little bit glazed over, but she gives it a bit of a rub, and she gives a thin, pleasant smile, and she says, "Oh, what can I do for you?"
Hi, Nocturne. Sorry to bother you at such a time, but we have a small request.
Okay. I'm all ears.
One of our party's power armor was damaged in the last excursion down on Mars, and we're considering going to one of the landing zones that wouldn't really require or be fitting for power armor anyway.
Mm-hmm.
One of our crew did not requisition any body armor. We were curious if perhaps you had any spares that would fit Mila.
You see her smile, her thin smile doesn't fade. In fact, it stretches out a little bit. She leans back into her chair. She has a small smirk on her face, and she says, "Oh, I see. You want a favor?" She says with a bit. Her eyes are clearing a little bit, and there's a bit of a twinkle in her green eyes, and she says, "Okay. Tell you what, let me poke around. Maybe I'll find something for you. Okay? I know Mila's body type. That shouldn't be too difficult to find, hopefully. She pauses for a moment and she asks, "Is it fair to assume that you're asking me instead of Killian because this seems like an easier route?"
Well, I don't think it's any secret that he's not exactly happy with us at the moment.
Exactly, and admitting to him that someone didn't requisition extra suit of body armor might make you even look worse off, eh?
Oh, I'd say it's a little part that, but mostly that I just don't want to deal with his smugness at the moment. It's wearisome.
Tom's going to pipe up really quick. Dude's kind of a dick.
She gives a surprised laugh and she gives a bit of a nod and she says, "Yeah, Killian is like that. He can be, at least. He's been with the network for a long time, and he is used to, well, for lack of a better word, getting his own way. But he gets his own way because it works." She gives a bit of a sigh and she says, "Getting the extra body armor won't be a problem, okay? And I understand that, things are a little shaky between you and Killian, right? But let me just say this. The man does know what he's doing, and hopefully I'm not asking you to like him, but I'm asking you for the sake of everything to go smoothly, because we could all die here still, right? We've been very lucky and very prepared so far. But as long as will you guys at least agree to do your best to at least work together as best as possible?
You
Oh,
don't
yeah.
have to worry about that. I may not like him himself, but I happen to rather like a large part of your crew. And I understand that if we don't do our best, you guys can't do yours, and we could all die. That's the last thing I want.
Exactly. Good. She says, I guess I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made these assumptions. Well, I guess it's why they brought me along. I'm pretty good at conflict resolution.
Al would wave his hand and say, No, you're justified. Our reaction when we found the little surprises was rather extreme.
She gives him a little soft nod. She says, "Is it all right if I send in order to prevent too many docking procedures, is it okay if I send over the body armor along with the repaired wings of the Starscream power armor?"
That would be fantastic. And whenever you need that favor called in, just let us know.
She says, "No, my favor was really asking you just to get along. Although, I do want to ask, just out of curiosity, how your newest arrival is faring. You're not having any sort of problems with that? With that creature inside your cargo hold?"
Al would look to Patrick.
And Patrick, you would know that after a few hours, the fly, it's fair to say that perhaps it'd be checked up on or whatever. And the thing has become quite docile now in its cage, for lack of a better word, or in its box. It thrashes around a lot less, and it's mostly just interested in eating. As long as it gets the food that it requires, it is very behaviorally malleable.
Patrick would note that and probably add, it's curious. I've heard only things of meat eaters, but this is clearly a herbivore.
That is curious, she says. We assumed that all of them were cannibals.
Yes. I'll keep an eye on it for any other updates.
Okay, she says. Well, I guess I don't need to tell you to let Killian know what your next objective is, and the Minor Innocents will back you up. And with that, unless there's any parting words, she'll close communications. Also, hi, Criana.
Hey, Criana.
Hi, Criana.
Hi.
Yeah, so that's that. Criana, you didn't really miss much. We were just bullshitting for a while. And the
Nice.
concern... Well, not, yeah, I know. But you walked in on... Because if we all remember correctly, you have your power armor, that Starscream power armor, but you didn't actually have a set of body armor as well, right?
Hmm?
You didn't have a set of body armor, you just had your power armor, right?
Yeah. I saw
Yes,
it. I went,
yeah.
but I don't think it translated.
Oh, yeah, I went, like...
No, I remember. Can you hear me
A
already?
part of power.
Yeah. My microphone is like at a
What
weird
about
angle.
the power armor? Don't you understand?
What?
So pretty much the fellas here have requisitioned a suit of body armor for you guys too, as a favor from Nocturne, the captain of the Minor Innocents. So you'll have that as well. I'll get you some statistics. Mission to Mars. You'll get a suit of... There was a little Spanish flea. Marty. That Spanish flea.
Morty.
Oh, there it is. Network agent armor. Okay, well, I'll give you the choice, Criana.
Yeah.
Do you want the light armor that has less MDC? It's 70 MDC, but has excellent mobility. You'll have no penalty to prowl or any other physical skills.
Mobility.
Or protection, which gives you about 140, but it has very poor mobility. It's like a minus 25.
Yeah.
And with the poor mobility, it also has a wrist laser.
It does also have a wrist laser.
Yeah, fuck that. I want to be able to move.
Okay, great.
Thank you,
so
Criana.
You will have network agent armor light. I'll just paste it in our Skype here, and you can put that wherever you want. It's very simple. It's just 70 MDC, so it's easy peasy lemon squeezy to keep track of.
Excellent.
But so now you have options at least, right? You can be in your sweet ass power armor. You can be in that.
Oh my god, we're totally twins now.
So, Criana, the only other thing you missed was the discussion of the group. They're deciding between two options: waiting a little while, like a day or two, and go back to where you guys landed before, that terraforming research station with all the yellow flowers and everything like that. To go back there, go to a different landing zone, and re-explore that area. Try to get some data out of that area or some information out of that area. Or the other decision is to go to the other landing zone, not the really dangerous one, but the second one where you go into that maintenance tunnel to access another region of the colony. So they're kind of debating between those two. Do you have a preference on what you'd like to do?
Nah. I'm good with whatever.
Okay.
No, man, it's cool.
So, Squee, Piph, where do you want to go?
What did I miss a discussion where people were like, well, Criana will be the deciding factor.
No.
That's every discussion.
Well, we kind of said, we should hold off until Criana gets here so that we can figure it out.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, that worked out incredibly well. Everyone
no,
That totally worked out.
I kind of like the idea of continuing to investigate what we started investigating because it's so mysterious. Ooh.
Stop being a ghost, Squee.
Only I'm a ghost.
Yeah, I'm done.
I kind of like the idea of it going back and exploring what's the dealio with the flowers and the skeletons and the stuff. So I'm all for going back there.
You know what? I prefer that as well.
Alright, so it looks like we're going back to the last place that we went. Hopefully taking a different landing zone.
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to wait a few
Thank
days.
you, movie trailer man.
Well,
I like
you can wait till up a few days, and yes, definitely you'll be choosing a different landing zone. Killian got a full debrief on the situation. Full debrief on that situation. Sorry, someone is distracting me.
I wonder who it could be.
What's going on?
Okay, well, the creator just said, "Oh, I'll be touching the flower with my hands." I'm like, "Sure, no problem." She's like, "If that matters," I'm like, "It does." She's like if she bursts into flame. What the hell to you guys? She pulls that shit.
Oh my god. The worst part about that is like walk past and be like, Tom, cut it out.
Tom, stop doing this.
Okay.
But it's fun.
Tom.
Hilarious.
Anyways, so but Killian would have gotten a full debriefing on what happened, and the first about 12 to 15 hours would be scouting out a new landing zone around that area, and one would be tested in a 24 hours from when you first arrived, and after that test, it's confirmed that that would be a good secondary landing site. So you guys can get started on there within a day. So you don't have to wait a full 2. You can choose to wait 2 days just to be careful, right? But the ships, the Minor Innocents, your own ship, The crew, including Lightbeat and his small squad, they're all ready to go within 24 hours. Also, I'll actually say this in session here about the flower itself that Mila managed to take. The one whole flower that she managed to harvest, for lack of a better word, that didn't sustain any damage, and then the vine of flowers that she took, in which half of them seem to have been blown off or damaged. Touching the petals themselves, as mentioned before, this has a very burnished yellow color, burned yellow color to it, and it's bell-shaped, right? The petals kind of form a small kind of bell. And the flower itself is made up of about 12 different petals that make this shape. And all the petals themselves are very, very soft, very silky to the touch, right? And very, very light. It doesn't take much to touch or much pressure to cause them to bend underneath your fingers. And deep inside the bell itself is a core, a pollinous core that you can see, with a few small, I don't know, those kind of like strands that come from the middle of a flower. I don't know what that's called.
The flower dicks.
Damn.
Yeah. The flower dicks. Okay.
Just call them the flower dicks because that's what they are.
Wow. Flowers don't have dicks. They're asexual, but that's okay.
Fine.
Just a second.
eat
Wait,
it.
just a second. Wait. Parts of a flower. I'm going on the internet to let me know.
Alright.
Oh, here we go. Parts of a flower. It is the stigma.
Ah.
Oh, wait. You know what? You joke about flowers having dicks, but there is a part of the flower that's called the ovary. So my
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. They literally have.
I wish you could see my face right now and how triumphant I look.
Oh, the pistol. The pistol.
Yeah, that's what they call it. Wink.
Oh, winky face.
Wink.
Anyways, the pistil. There are 3 small pistils, also of a burnished yellow color, with small little round shapes on the tips of them.
Mhm.
And it seems when you look into it, there seems to be a significant amount of pollen in the core of that flower. But you don't burst into flames. You feel no ill effect. However, Mila,
Yay.
I'd like you to roll me a D100, please.
Yes.
Okay. Your heightened sense of smell. No other characters on the ship, with the exception of Bear, can actually get any sort of scent out of this flower, despite the despite the large number of pollen. Despite the large number. Yeah, of pollen. Oh my God, Inferno! Why did you mind fart? But only you and Bear can smell it, and it has a bit of a sour smell to it. Not entirely unpleasant, but akin to, say, an orange that's been left out onto the in the sun a little too long. It hasn't completely rotten just yet, but the citrus is soured. Yeah.
Mila will be carrying the flower wherever she goes in the ship.
Okay, that's also very important to know. Good to know. So now, would she just carry it in her hand, do you think, or would she try to fashion it into some sort of...
No, she would be like cradling it like it was the baby.
Oh, okay. All right. This gets odd glances from August, of course, and a few glances and double looks from Alicia and Blink as well. Bear is his usual tolerant self.
I would say at some point, Al would probably say, "Hey, Mila, what's with the flower?"
I have to keep it safe.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, why?
Ain't it a pretty flower?
It's very pretty.
Yeah, I thought so.
Al actually stares at the flower probably longer than he should. Why do you have to keep it safe?
Oh, because it's the lady needs it in order to live.
Okay,
I'm gonna
out of character, has Mila told us about her experience? Okay.
Nope.
Al's going to be.
Playing crazies is the best. Is the best.
Al would
So
say,
good.
okay, which girl?
I don't know. She has really pretty nails. I bet she's really pretty.
You mean up here on the ships?
No, silly, down in the place. You know.
You
Yeah, we
mean
was
down
at.
on Mars?
Yeah.
You found the flower on Mars?
Yeah.
I see. And this woman told you to keep it safe?
No. I know she needs it. So I'm gonna keep it safe. And then I will rescue her and be her prince.
Al is currently trying to decide if this is just Mila playing fantasy or
It's kind of hard to tell, ain't it?
That's a coin flip. That is a coin flip.
yeah. Al's gonna say, okay, well you keep that flower safe then. Let me know if there's anything I can do.
Okay, don't eat it.
I promise I won't eat it. And then Al walks away, like stops, starts to turn around, then stops and shakes his head and walks away.
Before we continue on, or before my next scene, of course, is getting you guys back on the planet. But Byrne, you mentioned there was something that you wanted to roleplay for sure.
Oh no! I was just saying that to waste time.
Oh, okay, all right. Any roleplay is good roleplay, though. But that's fine. And no worries if you don't
No,
feel.
I'm glad to know that the interactions between Tom and Al are just a waste of time.
all it was going to be was Tom and Al talking about, stuff and things over a couple of beers.
Okay.
That's really it. I mean,
Okay.
there was only one question I wanted to ask, and it was like, hey, do you think it would be cool if I requested all those tapes be destroyed? Or do you think that would be asking too much of the party?
Which tapes?
Of us being recorded
I'm confused.
for the past 4 months?
Right. Who would we be asking to destroy them?
The Baron?
Oh, you mean once we get back?
Yeah, as part of our price.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable request to make. Yes, as soon as he has his property back and it is no longer imperative to the safety. Yes, I think that's a reasonable thing to request.
And that's basically it. I mean,
I have a
it's-
roleplay opportunity after you're done, and I just realized I interrupted you, so I will stop.
Also,
I'm glad you're so excited that I'm glad you're excited, but don't fucking interrupt me.
I'm glad she did it like a used car salesman. There's an opportunity for you that I'm offering.
Monday.
I just see
roleplay.
Burns' little icon going on Google Hangout as I'm talking. I'm like, oh shit.
Welcome to my world.
Anyways, sorry. Finish off what you were doing, guys.
No, that was literally
Yeah, I
it.
think
All
we're
I was
good.
going to say
Yeah.
was, and I'm done.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, there you go.
So I
Just
wasted.
a little too preemptive. That's all.
Okay,
Yeah, just a little.
that's not so bad. All right. No. At some point, Mila would hunt down Patrick. Wherever he might be.
He's
Whatever he might be
currently
doing.
in the cargo bay that has pulled up a chair from the living room and sitting and has a small book with him that he's scribbling down notes in.
And from time to time, you hear, especially with your heightened hearing, Mila, you would hear shuffling around in front of a large metal crate or a large metal box that is not very far from where Patrick is.
Okay. Patrick.
One second,
Mila's
Mila.
just standing right behind you, repeating herself.
Face and
Patrick.
uses
Patrick.
mouth
Patrick?
unit
Patrick?
to
Boy, it sure is warm in here. Patrick.
assume
Patrick.
most
Patrick,
sugars.
okay,
Yeah.
this is gonna go on for hours. He notices.
Oh my god.
He finishes writing down his thing, claps the book shut, spins to face you. Yes.
Patrick, I want to show you something.
What is it?
Mila will hold out the flower. I want you to make more. Because you're so smart!
Patrick actually, like, stumbles back and almost, like, tips the chair over that he's sitting on. He goes, yes. I would, of course, like to, oh god. Yes, I will make more of those.
Okay. Can you do it now?
Yes.
I need a lot. Like, I need a field of them.
Okay. Come with me to the place with other plants, and he's going to actually, like, lift up his shirt and cover his mouth while walking with her.
Okay. Why are we... Can I do that too?
I have to, some plants, let me actually get in character. Some plants, they sometimes don't,
Yeah.
they don't play too well with humans, and they
Okay.
make, scents and other things that might not be so good for us.
Mila will take a big whiff of the flower. It smells okay. I mean...
I'm not
That
worried
sounds
about you, Mila.
oh, okay.
You would be doing fine in most circumstances. I, on the other hand, may not fare the best, but we'll figure that out, and I'm sure it's nothing.
Okay.
I'll be right back, but Piph, get ready to do a botany check at making it 10% harder. Okay?
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Me too. I'll be right back.
Okay.
You know what? I think I'm just gonna follow the trend.
Well, Piph, are you ready to roleplay just you and I? No one else is here. Let's
Yes. Patrick then grows big burly muscles.
Patrick, no!
It is time, Mila. I'm sorry.
Patrick, please! Think of the children!
This is for the best, and rockets through the top of the ship. Patrick then flies back, yeah?
Shit. And that's how... This is why we need Inferno to keep us on track.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I bring down the mood?
No,
Yeah,
speak of the
Patrick
devil and
lost
he
his
shall
great
appear.
muscles.
Oh, what did you say?
I said this is why Inferno needs to be here and watch us, make sure we keep us on track.
You guys digressed to fuck ton, I take it?
Only a little.
I only gave you 2 minutes. I mean, how...
Patrick only skyrocketed off into space while Mila was calling out his name and echoing.
Oh my god. This is why you need me. I also want to say how much I love playing with you guys. I say this all the time, but I have to say it again. Okay. So yeah, so the scene is you're bringing Mila over to your little botany lab, right? So is there anything particular you wanted to do, Piph, with the flower?
Well, I wish I knew more about plants in real life to understand how to do this.
Me too.
But any sort of nasty fungal or poison would be the check that I'm looking for.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
One
sorry.
thing. Mila will not let you hold it. She will not let you hold it.
So make it harder by 20%, and then
Alright.
do a botany check for me, because you have.
I have to like look at it while she's holding it, and I'm gonna have to like.
You have to
try
study it without actually. Yeah,
Holding
you have
it.
limited movement. I'll just
Right.
say.
And actually, this is gonna be something that's pretty important. Mila. Either for testing or making more of these, I'm going to need a bit of the stuff in the middle of the flower. Is it okay if I take this cotton swab and take a bit from there? It's soft.
Well, let me do it.
Okay. Here you go.
All right. Your physical prowess is quite high, isn't it, Criana? It's like a 24 or something like that. If I
Yeah,
can
something
recall.
like that. Let's see. Physical prowess. Yeah, 24.
Oh, there you go. Yay for my memory. So I'd like you to roll me a D100, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Yeah. You're able to delicately swab, not disturbing petal nor pistil. And you're able to get a good amount of pollen onto that cotton swab.
Here you go.
Thank you.
So here's the thing. I understand that doing multiple checks is kind of tricky. So I'll give you the option. You can do one check at -20, which is you studying the flower as a whole in Mila's hand. You can do one check at -10, which is just the pollen, right? Or you can do both checks. And if you decide to do both checks, you'll probably know even more about this flower.
Well, his first interest and foremost is the pollen.
Okay.
And I'm sure he's curious enough to examine the rest of it. So he would probably be doing both at some
Okay.
point.
I'll let you decide which check you want to roll first, pollen or entire flower.
Pollen.
Okay. So this is just harder by 10.
Okay. This is botany.
Yep, botany.
Okay, harder by 10. I believe it is this. Let me go triple check this thing.
Sure, of course.
Botany. Oh no, it's a bit higher. Okay.
Pleasant surprise.
I succeed by 72.
Ooh.
Very well done, Patrick. Now, would you like to do... Is it okay if you do the other check before I tell you more, or do you want to know about the pollen first?
I am okay with doing another check.
Great. Please do so. Make it harder by 20.
Okay. And I succeed by 60.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
Patrick is on point and does not want to take any chances with unknown flower.
Okay. Thanks to the instrumentation that you have, plus your sheer skill in the matter, what you learn about this flower is extremely significant. First and foremost, it is not toxic. At least, to mammals. It doesn't have the genetic structure, and it doesn't seem to have any sort of indicators that is common among toxicity in plants. At least that is in the flower itself, right? The pollen itself.
Mhm.
But the petals and the small leaves that came along with it are toxic if ingested, but they do not give any sort of the toxicity is not airborne whatsoever. Okay, so that's the first thing that you learn, but there's a bunch more.
All right.
When you go down to a molecular level of the plant itself, you notice a significant pattern. It is found in some of the plants that you have studied, in particular the ones that you worked on to create Mila's tea. But this is even more apparent. There are plants that are grown naturally. There are plants that are spliced together. And then there are plants who have been completely genetically manipulated and, for lack of a better word, grown from the ground up on a molecular basis. This is one of these plants. You can say with absolute certainty, thanks to your rolls, that this thing was genetically engineered. And even more importantly, is that you discovered that although the pollen itself is not toxic, it seems to release a natural pheromone. And the pheromone itself seems to react with certain biological mechanisms, but you know they're not mammalian. So you have no other you don't have many other frames of reference into what it would react with. But it is a fair assumption to say, thanks to you observing them in this environment, and once again, due to your good rolls, it is fair to assume that there's a good chance it might affect the insect species on Mars, which might explain why so few of them are found around the terraforming research installation.
Interesting.
Otherwise, you know that the plant itself, the flower itself, geologically speaking, is approximately 90 to 110 years old. It comes from its own independent genus, so you don't see any other flower that is even really related to. But if you had to guess, it was probably the foundation of this genetic code probably comes within a combination of about 5 different plant types. Is there anything else about the flower that you need to know? Not need to know, but discovered, for lack of a better word. Is there anything else you want to know about the flower that I haven't touched on?
I am curious, because Patrick would probably have an eye for this. The flower itself, could that be a reliable component for Mila's tea?
Yes.
Huh.
You have to do a little bit of, not the flower itself, but the stem and the leaf is. You have to do a little bit of finagling, but yeah, it seems like a worthy substitution.
You'll find out by how much of the tea he can substitute this with later, because he can't cut up anything at the moment. This is Mila's baby. Can't cut up Mila's baby.
Yeah, Mila, Mariah would make an appearance at that point. Oh my god!
Another thing, though, because Mila requested propagation, having more of these things, you do have the equipment to make it possible. However, because of its genetic manipulation and because of the pollen that you have and the fact that you're going to have to do some finagling and some substitutions and a little bit of experimentation, it will probably take about a week of gestation, for lack of a better word, for any of these plants to be replicated. And your first batch will only be about a dozen, just to make, just so they're a good control group. You don't want to propagate, 1,000 of them. They all turn out to be all, you fucked up somehow, right?
Yeah, control group.
Man-eating plants. Yeah, you want a control group. So you can create a control group of about 12 other flowers, and it'll take about a week's time. But you can use your facilities to kind of get that in motion and let the rest of it, take care of itself over the week. So you don't have to babysit them constantly for a week in order for them to grow. Make sense?
Right. Yes.
After
a long examination, and Criana, you're gonna have to tell me what Mila does during this, but it's gonna take him about 20 minutes going from pollen under scope, going back to the flower, and just hovering over your hand, trying to look at certain angles and whatnot.
And then Bear was telling me blah 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 blah.
And after a long time, Patrick will stop from being under whatever scope he's under.
And what's the deal with pants?
And he's gonna start and then stops and goes, I actually don't know.
Mila will look at you very seriously and say, "You get me, Patrick. You get me."
I'll get on that question in a bit, but there's good news. I can most likely grow more of these.
Oh, yay! Perfect!
Yes, I think the pollen taken should be at least enough to get a few things started. When we do go back down there, I think I'm going to need to get a bit of the soil and maybe measure out a bit of the how.
Patrick, I have a brilliant idea. Okay, when we go back down, I'll bring 2 big buckets, and then we can just fill it all up. And I'll carry it back up to the ship.
That would help actually a lot.
Yay!
Did we bring a shovel?
I'm
We
going
never
to
bring
say
shovels.
we never bring shovels.
We never bring shovels.
The grace of God shall descend upon you and tell you within thine toolkit there is something to be used, very similar to a shovel.
Yay! Because I remember a time when I got 6 goddamn shovels.
I just imagine us calling back the other ship going, so another favor.
Got a shovel? A what? A shovel.
You know, I
To
just
dig
realized,
with.
I guess there wouldn't be much use for shovels on space stations.
Not really.
No.
Unless you plan on doing excavation on an asteroid or a planetary body.
Hmm.
Like I said, the grace of God has come down and blessed thine selves with shovels. Okay, enough blasphemy. What would you guys like to oh, sorry. Is there anything else you guys want to roleplay or questions in regards to the flowers or the discoveries or role-playing or... because my next scene that I have in mind, at least, is getting you guys back down to that secondary landing zone.
By the end of the conversation, you see Patrick still having his shirt up over his nose. And then goes, oh, right, and he actually puts that down and goes, yeah, also not toxic or poisonous.
Oh,
don't
thank
eat it,
goodness.
though.
What?
Don't.
Mila, as soon as she said it's not toxic, Mila started taking off her pants.
Oh my god.
I just remember what pants are for. As Patrick is currently, like, spun his chair around.
I feel so free! You'll, Patrick, if you're not looking, you'll hear Mila just running around behind you. Like stomping, running.
Careful with the flower.
Oh, I will. I'm gonna put it down for a nap. Mila walks out.
You hear in the distance, Patrick, a surprised yell. Oh, that sounds like August before her door closes.
I hope she
God, I
brought her
hope
pants
not.
with her, because I really don't want to touch those.
No, the pants are still in your lap, dude. You know, when she lost her pants the first time, they were in the closet. Now they're in your place.
Spins
She
around, yeah,
felt
they're
so
there.
And she left it behind Alicia's chair.
Mila free!
Patrick is just like shivering there, going, what do I do?
What do I do?
I
This
can't.
is all your fault, Patrick. This is all your...
So what do you guys want to do next?
Go back to Mars.
Yeah, I was gonna say head back to the fleet, but sure, back to Mars. That's a good one.
Going to Earth.
Go on.
Earth.
Yeah, sure. Whatever they want to do.
Oh my god.
Okay, all right. So
You don't care what we do as long as your pants are off. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, listen. You'll notice that the overall goal of what our group is trying to achieve is not the same one as Mila's. Mila has her flower. She's content with whatever we want to do.
yeah, exactly. Different goals, baby. It's all good.
Oh
Okay.
my god. When you put on your body armor, make sure to keep the fucking pants on, okay?
Well, someone will have to tell her, cause fuck that.
And Patrick's going to have to modify the air regulation again.
Yes.
Yeah, GM, here's a good question.
Okay.
Is body armor meant to be? Can it be worn if you are freeballing?
Yes, but you will be chafed.
Got it.
Mila don't care.
Everywhere. Everywhere where you can be chafed, you will be chafed. Well, not guaranteed. I mean, if you're in there for like 2 seconds, it's no big deal. But the more you walk around with it, the more, skin against metal. I mean, it's somewhat cushioned on the inside, so it's not like, the cold kiss of metal or anything like that. It'll feel odd. It'll be very similar to walking around, assuming you're going commando, right? Is everyone familiar with that turn of phrase?
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's find out.
More than you know.
Okay. Sometimes
No, we ask
if I have my pants
We
on.
used to do that on road marches because when you walk 25 miles, underwear tends to become an
Bunchy?
issue. Yeah.
Fair enough. But it has the same sensation as going commando. But imagine instead of wearing jeans or something like that, it's a metallic thing. So yeah, there's a likelihood for chafing, depending on how long.
I mean, she's wearing underwear. She's just
Of
not
course,
wearing
I know
pants.
that. I know that. So
Her
okay,
bag is
so-
not hanging out. It's fine.
So back to Mars. So, Operation Sweet Silence, once again, is another go.
Sweet silence.
Hint, hint. That's what it's called. But ironically, it's a great way for me to tell you guys to shut the fuck up. Okay, so we're gonna start with Operation Sweet Silence right now. Okay. Anywho, Operation Sweet Silence is a go. And another landing zone. Here, I'll do. Oh, I guess we're still here. Oh yeah, by the way, you might be noticing the screen that we're on the bottom there is kind of a small little mappy area, right?
Yeah.
And that was the area that Mila actually explored already. Last time, I had to draw it out, particularly like that. And Criana, you said it was better if you had a visual representation. Although I did not have the time to create a very detailed, Ardenfell-esque map, I figured this might help you guys with, I'll have to describe the rooms, of course, still. But this will assist you in figuring out what's up, down, left, right, and that whole shebang.
This will help me lots.
Good. I want to do anything that can help you guys. So I'm just going to reveal a little bit more of this area, just so I can kind of do another little small illustration. So let's say, for the sake, I want freehand. Okay, so say, oh my god, now it's red. Okay, say for example, just a second, red's going to drive me nuts. All right. This is just like the ant with the dick all over again. Okay. Okay, so say for the sake. Oh my god! I'm going to go nuts.
We have found the one thing that can stand up to a GM. Roll 20.
Okay, there we go. We'll say for the sake of simplicity, that's the forested edge, right? Everything outside of it now ironically I do want the red. Anything outside of it on this end is Mars, right?
Yeah.
And we're going to say the facility is somewhere around the center, right? That's the dome.
Alright.
So you guys landed, I will mark it in black. You guys landed here last time. Now they've decided to take a far opposite direction, and you're going to land out here, right? So the distance between the two areas is going to be slightly longer, but it's also going to be safer. Also, as described, there was a mountain on one end, and the mountain is on this side here, so that squiggle is kind of a mountainous thing.
Blah.
But anyways, but that gives you an idea of where your new landing zone is.
Mhm.
And much like before, both the Minor Innocents and the Rhapsody lands. 20 individuals, 20 freebooters, mercenaries, and alike, and outcast dregs, secure the landing zone, while once again, the same squad, led by Edgar Stegnov, also known as Lightbeat, once again rendezvous with you, and inquiries as to how you guys would like to proceed. Once again, the forest edge once again greets you, as does the Martian atmosphere. And you do not hear anything, at least, or hear or see anything through the light sparseness of the forest itself. It is clear. From time to time, a few small weed-like yellow flowers are seen, but otherwise, it is, other than the motion of your landing zone, it is quiet. Even behind you, in the Martian desert landscape, there doesn't appear to be any form of movement.
So, Inferno,
Yeah,
may I do a small roleplay when we're still on the
course.
ship?
of course.
Alright.
Sorry, I was just getting ready to set things up. But yeah, we'll backtrack a little bit to do a roleplay on the ship, sure.
I just found out what my character would do, the result of pants in his place.
Okay, of course.
Um,
Okay, all right.
He's actually going to confront Alicia.
Confront her, okay.
Yeah, he's going to seek her out.
Oh, okay. Approach her. All
Yeah.
right.
How dare you, Alicia?
Those are my fucking pants. Yeah, you'll find Alicia. We're gonna say at this point, Tom is keeping an eye on the cockpit, so she's in the rec area, fooling around with the kind of a remote control device, flipping around different data packs on the television-like interface, finding something to watch. She'll see you come in, and she'll give you a pleasant smile. And she says, "Hey, Patrick."
Hi, could you do me a favor?
Alicia kind of gives a bit of a thin grin, and she says, "You know, that's one thing that always drives me crazy, is people who ask for favors without saying what it is. What if I say yes, and then you ask for my kidney?"
Good point. Fair point. So, Mila, dropped her pants in my lab. Could you possibly do me a favor and return those to her?
Oh, she says, "Well, for that favor, sure."
Thank
She
you.
stands up a little bit and goes towards your lab, and she pauses for a moment, and she looks to you, and she says, "You know, we've gotten to know Mila for quite some time. I don't remember any time on the Behemoth her taking off her pants like this. What do you think?"
It might be, the new, medicine, even her, other form, other her other self, so to say.
Yeah.
Also mentioned that was quite warm for her. I've been thinking about that, and hopefully a change of doses, maybe something more organic, will help, but I'm unclear at the moment what to do next.
Okay. All right. She says, "Just worried, you know, in general." Do you- she opens her mouth to ask another question, then she shakes her head. She's like, "No, I'll just get her pants." Wait, is there something wrong with her pants?
I don't think so. Is
She
there
has a quizzical look on her face, but she just kind of gives a shrug. She doesn't push it any further. She kind of just gives a bit of a shrug, and she She goes back.
I don't know anything about fashion.
Oh, okay. She kind of gives you a bit of a thumbs up. She heads to the lab, and sure enough, seconds later, she emerges with a folded pair of Mila pants in her hand, and she says, "I'm just gonna put this in her room."
Thank you.
Mila, when you next go to your room, you'll find a folded pair of pants on your bed.
Ow!
Pants fairy.
And if anyone happens to pass by Mila's room, they will see her pants on her bed.
Check and mate. Okay. Is that? Are you good now, Piffykins?
Yes.
So back to the previous described scene, the landing zone. I ask unto you, my dear players, what would thine like to do next?
I think, unless there's an objection, we would just cautiously approach the dome again.
Yes. All right. Wonderful.
Mila
Forward.
would be showing the way, even though they're coming at it from a completely different angle.
Okay. All right. Great. And you'd like the squad, Lightbeat squad, to accompany you?
Yes, at least to the outside of the dome, I would think.
Great.
Oh, did we bring our buckets? Did Mila bring her buckets? that she-
Sure. Yeah, you made that intention pretty clear.
Okay, cool. Good. I
Yeah.
need that.
Did you want to fill the buckets up now, or do you want to keep them empty until?
Well, if Patrick doesn't stop her, Mila's gonna get out. As soon as they get off on the ship, she's gonna eagerly start putting Mars dirt into the bucket.
Okay.
Oh, okay. How about if we find where the plants grow and we'll take that dirt?
Oh, Patrick! This is why you're so smart.
Well, that dirt might be useful still.
Yeah.
Why don't we keep a bucket full?
Okay. I'll leave it right over here by the ship. I'll
Thank you.
leave it right here. No, not here. I'll leave it. I need to put it in a place where I won't forget it. I'll put it right here. Okay. All right.
There you go. Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it was. No, right.
I have hearing voices in my head.
Dun dun dun. Okay.
Let's
There's
stop over the radio.
there's extra X's. There's extra X's and shit now, but whatever. I don't care.
It's fine. It's fine.
Gives it flavor.
So, just create a barrier here. Okay. So, once again, you approach the ship. Squee, you haven't rolled any dice yet. Why don't you roll me a D100, please?
I did it.
You sure did.
Yay.
I'm so proud of you, Squee. So once again, you travel through the lightly forested, Martian forest. You continue on. It's about a. I'm assuming you guys are taking a cautious but not slow pace. And in that certain pace, it takes about 25 minutes before you reach the northern end of the facility. You see a collection of 3 small buildings. They all are made of some sort of metallic substance. They all seem very modern, very, in fact, the architecture, you have never seen really anything like this, either in a space station or on Earth. They're very compartmentalized, almost modular in a way. But they seem very unassuming from the back, and they don't appear to have any sort of clear identifiable windows. What appears to be the entrance to the main building, the largest building itself, there seems to be a slightly a gateway that has been destroyed completely, as if something of great strength has ripped it apart in half. But the main door, the main bulkhead into the facility itself, looks like it has been melted. Those of you with the demolition skill, I'd like you to roll me a skill check with no penalties.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay. I succeed by 11.
Okay. You can tell by just by visual inspection that has been done by an explosive, and in fact, a very, very high impact explosive. And you can tell by the way that it is configured that it was a controlled demolition. Someone destroyed the entrance of this purposefully. Above these 3 buildings, you can see the glimmering glass dome, the greenhouse-like environment of a large kind of terraforming facility. It extends high up into the air, at least 60 feet, and from an outwardly expression, the dome section of this facility seems to be at the very least 200 feet across. Mila also would recall that on the probably about opposite end, maybe a little to the left, is the breach in this greenhouse-like dome in which she managed to get access into this facility. What would you guys like to do?
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
In the dome.
Mila's just gonna walk inside, like, through the entrance. Why not?
Al will stay closely behind her. She obviously seems to know where she's going. And she was here before, so Al's just going to follow, keeping his guard up.
Tom will follow.
Mila's gonna head for the room with the skeleton, assuming she doesn't
Sure.
get stopped by any
Something?
critters. Yeah.
Okay. So once again, you retrace your path with your fellow compatriots in tow. What would you like to do with? Would you like Lightbeat and his crew to follow you this entire way, guys?
Let's have him maybe stay at the entrance, or do you want to come with them?
Right now this is the dome, right? Or is this the entrance?
No. These are actually, sorry. This map already right now is not really handy. This is kind of the entrance. This is where Mila went inside the facility. So this is the door behind the dome, and then this is the right thing, and this is where she found the body. So we actually haven't been in this room just yet. We're still on the exterior of this map. Yeah.
Yeah, just leaving them at the entrance is a good idea, I think.
Okay. All of
Have
them.
Yeah, I think so, because they will be close enough and we'll be in radio range.
So by the entrance, I'm assuming you don't mean the blasted main entrance of the facility. You mean the breach in the dome?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where we're going to be entering.
Yes. Okay. Good. All right. So you do so, and they are within very short range radio frequency, maybe 50, 60 feet at most. So doing some radio checks with Lightbeat and his men and women, you're able to get clear communications, even here on Mars. There doesn't seem to be any sort of dust storm or anything like that.
Good. I also want to make sure that they keep an eye out.
Oh, they will, and they'll report any findings to you guys, definitely.
Cool.
So you follow Mila, and as was described last session, there's some fallen logs, some very, very thick vines, right? And as you push past that and into the actual domed entrance itself, you're surrounded by this wild, overgrown, garden-like atmosphere. In particular, Patrick would notice the most, because of his botany skill, is that the wide breadth of species of flowers flowers and plants and shrubberies and trees, the diversity is extensive. And in fact, many plants and tree types that are found within the dome have not been encountered so far while you've been out in the woods. In fact, only about 3 different species can actually be seen propagated outside the forested area beyond this facility, and one of them being these little yellow flowers. And much like Mila noticed last session, the closer and closer you get to this back entrance to the facility, the higher concentration of these vine-like, weed-like little yellow flower clumps seem to be getting. And once again, Mila, you take them to the one entrance that doesn't seem, in the back entrance, that doesn't seem to have been blasted. Al, as you continue through, you can confirm that there are a variety of portals, of entrances into this facility, and each and every single one of them seems to have been blasted. In fact, give me another demolitions check if you don't mind.
Sir, I do not mind.
Groovy.
Assuming my computer doesn't mind. There we go. I succeed by 15.
Great. That is such a significant thing that I can tell you their character would know that not only can you hazard a very, very comfortable assumption that not only the exact same type of explosive has been used, but in the exact same way. This is consistent, and this is very military-like. These entrances and exits have been purposefully demolished. But you enter once again into the only entrance that seems to be clear, the half-open doors with the relatively well-lit dome lights keeping an eye on this hallway, right? This back hallway here once again seems to have been blasted and welded shut. And as you make your way to the right, as Mila guides you all towards the right, and make it back towards the round room that had that skeletal woman there, I would like each of you to please roll me a D100. Wow. Okay. Wow.
Well, shit.
And I just went.
Oh my god.
Wow. I am astounded. You guys did extremely well. So you make your way through there, and you step carefully. You step cautiously, and you keep your ears open for anything. The only thing that you can really hear is from time to time the sound of rushing wind coming from this area, but nothing yet. With the exception of Mila, who can hear very small rustling and perhaps a click or two far off into this distance, in this general direction. Do you guys kind of see where I am pointing in the darkness?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I wasn't too sure if the darkness covered my little pointer.
Inferno.
You hear that? Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. Sorry, were you giving more of a description?
I was going to, but what did you want to say?
I was going to say, does it sound like... I'm just wondering, would that sound trigger the bzz, post-traumatic stress disorder for Mila?
Well, I'll tell you this. Let me just continue on with the description then, because it's like it's a small rustling of movement, almost footstep-like the sound of something from time to time clacking against a metal. But unlike last time, when you heard this, it doesn't feel or hear like these things are moving towards you, right? There's no foot pattern or any sort of pattern or consistent pattern, or it's not getting loud or anything like that. Whatever is there in the distance is not moving towards your area, right? But you would recognize, especially when you heard the little click, that does sound similar to the things that you did encounter here before.
All right. Mila would just make a very low bzz, bzz noise with it.
Okay. And people would hear such a thing. But you make your way back to the intended room. And let me give a description again. For those of you, for the character... Oh, wait, before you do so, by the way, you guys would also notice on this corner, just before another blasted and destroyed door, you would notice a broken personal computer and what seems to be some sort of green, either a motherboard perhaps, or a portion of a hard drive. You can't really tell from that distance, but you see that scattered along the far end of this wall, this hallway.
I would like to go and grab those.
Okay, great. You make your way carefully over there. Now, as you go that way to step to them, would it be fair to say that you'd say look to your left, perhaps?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Tom, as you venture out just a little bit, you would see, as I reveal the area, at least at a glance, seems to be a little bit larger, spacious room. In fact, I'll reveal this little picture, too, to help you. Off to your left there, it seems to be a much larger section of this research facility, and a clump of flowers and trees and plants, completely overgrown, kind of rests in the center of this area. You're not too sure exactly what this room would be used for. All you know is that it is wide and spacious. However, there are a few things that catch in mind. Almost choking, or not choking, but entwined with almost every little bit of flora within the center of this room are more of those little bell flowers. But more importantly, what you notice is a complete and utter prevalence of what seem to be insectoid bodies. They number in at least 30 or 40, and all of them, or for the most part, most of them, seem to completely be strewn throughout the room itself in various stages of decomposition or immovability. In fact, you only see two. It's just a quick glimpse, but you see two far, far in the distance that appear to be moving, and they seem to be picking over the corpses of these creatures. And what both the corpses and the two live ones appear to be is they appear to look like these critters.
Yeah, those assholes from last time.
Yeah, but they do not. They're far, far in the distance, and as you take a quick peek and continue on, they do not notice your presence. At least not overtly so.
Okay.
But you do make. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
When I get here,
Yeah.
I'm going to sit down with my back against the wall and repeat everything that I saw to the rest of the group over the radio.
Okay, great. Because I was like, are you going to yell that?
No.
But no. Okay, all right. So you sit yourself down and you repeat what you've seen to everybody. Okay. And since you're so close, you can confirm it is definitely appears to be like a pocket computer that is here, that little blue line on the right, and clearly what seems to be a fragmented hard drive off to the left. It seems to be broken and smashed a little bit, but it's there.
All right, I'm going to scoop both those up and put them in my backpack.
Okay, all right, you scoop them up. Great. As you do so. Now, before the rest go into that room itself or decide what they want to do next, I'm going to wait for Squee to get back because I don't want to describe something and then just repeat myself. Oh, are we playing a game called What's Criana Got in Her Mouth?
Oh, sure. I got.
I think I know what it is, so I'm going to refrain from this.
It's pretty
Donuts.
obvious.
Is it ice cream?
No.
Damn.
Cake?
No.
Is it pizza?
It's ice cubes.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
What?
Thank you for that, Criana.
So,
Yeah, you're welcome.
about 2 weeks-ish ago, I had my friend call me over to beat a boss for him. A game that I've never played before, and he's like, "You're good at beat games, beat this for me."
What game was it?
Drakengard 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've never heard of Drakengard, the Drakengard series.
Apparently, it's connected to the series.
The Noir series?
Near series. Excuse me. Near.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Nier. Oh, yeah, I've heard about Nier. Yeah, I hear that's
What about
that's
the
pretty good.
Noir series?
And I was enjoying myself for most of the boss battle, because it was for one difficult, and it was beat based, and what it did was had a very like simple mechanic where it like made sure that it when like an attack came that you would reflect, and it did it in a very like succinct, just to get you used to the mechanics that this would all happen. And then it cranked up the difficulty more and more by making the beats a bit more. Okay, squeeze back.
Okay, sorry, I'm back.
Am I good to continue? We can, if that's all right by you.
I'll do this during breaks.
Okay, sweet.
Continue
Hold
the
on to the
story.
next break before you hear more of this story.
Hold on to your butts.
Okay, so
Alright.
I'm imagining in my head, you guys are traveling down this hallway. I think it's fair to say that Mila would be guiding everyone off to the left to get into that circular room, and then
Yeah.
Tom took a detour to collect these things and to let people know what he saw further down to that leftmost room. So, is it okay if I describe the circular room first to you guys, and then you guys can let me know what you want to do, or do you guys want to take action this very second?
No, let's see what's in the circular room first.
Okay. So the circular room, as mentioned previously. Oh, give me just 2 moments. Yeah, as mentioned previously, is bursting to everywhere with these yellow flowers. They have entwined around nearly everything. Now, around the exterior of this, the entire circumference of this room, are troughs of a waterway system that still seems to be feeding clear, crisp water through the room itself. You do see in the very center of this room this half crescent terminal system with a knocked over chair, and you see a skeletal body. It seems to be laying down. It's laying down on the ground, face to the ground. Its clothes are still on its form, and it seems to be in a very well, it's a style of clothing you guys have never seen before, so it's hard to create a frame of reference. But it is in a light blue in color. It seems to be like a single piece of clothing, right? Not quite a onesie, right? But similar to more of, say, a utility suit, perhaps, is a good way of putting it. It's at least in that style. And one skeletal hand is resting above on the console, and nearby seems to be this small data pad device, only about 3 inches large, that is lying nearby the hand itself. Also, there is a giant hole in the roof, in the domed roof of this thing, where the whistle of wind can be heard from time to time.
How did that happen?
There also seems to appear to be blasts, a few little stray impact sites of like something very highly burned, or perhaps a mega damage weapon that also poks the roof in a few random areas.
Did I do that?
Hmm.
That's me right there.
So what would you guys like to do? At this point, Tom would have communicated what he spotted in the other room directly across from you guys.
Al would probably motion everyone inside the circular room and say quietly on the radio that we should get out of their vision and not draw their attention.
Yep, that's why I'm sitting right here. Let me know if you want me to try and get to you.
Would you have to be in their view to get to us?
Yep.
Well, in a way, Tom, you would have known that they were picking through the corpses, so they weren't looking directly towards the hallways themselves. So you wouldn't cross the direct line of sight, but if they were to look up and they were to look to their left, they probably would
Oh.
spot you.
Oh
But
yeah.
it's not like they were staring down the hallway and you would have crossed their viewpoint, right? They seemed
Well-
clearly distracted.
There were two reasons why he said yup, and one, because of the whole line of sight thing. Even though they are slightly distracted now, doesn't mean that when he does move, they are not distracted. Number two, he is wearing the heavy version of the body armor, which is more
Difficult to move around in,
clunky and
which
difficult
makes
around.
you rolling that one even more important.
Yeah.
It's true. That one really was a 26. 25. Well, 26 really, technically. But
Yeah.
one's still exceptional.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
So, I will be here. If you want, I can try it, but it might attract the attention of the bugs.
Well, unfortunately, you sitting there by yourself and us being over here, us moving to you has the same risk.
Yeah.
The distance between where you guys are between each other is probably about 70 feet.
Don't worry, Tom. You can do it.
As in 20 feet, 30 feet.
I believe in you.
That's 50.
All right.
Oh.
Why don't we do it this way?
50 feet, then.
Why don't we do it this way? Since you're not too far from us, just keep an eye on them and let us know if they're coming. We'll do whatever we need to do in here and then or learn whatever we can in here and then try and leave.
Sure, I can do that. I would like to crawl on my hands and knees over to the edge. 30
Okay.
feet.
You do so.
All right. And let's see. The body armor is reflective, right?
Slightly. It is in a black and silver fashion, but it's not quite like a mirror. But
Not
it does have a slight shine to it, yes.
Okay. Then I'll just periodically poke my head out from around the corner every
Okay.
once in a while to make sure they're over there.
I'll keep you updated on what you see from time to time.
Cool.
But I'll throw it to the guys in the circular room. What would you like to do? Oh yeah, also one part of the description I forgot to mention is that the skeletal hand, you can see on the tips of the bony fingers, the mummified fingers, a soft pink paint on them.
Uh-oh. Mila can see that?
Yeah?
Mila's gonna go over and look at her.
Okay. The mummified near skeletal hand itself seems to be around your size, Mila. And it's fair to assume, or perhaps it's fair to assume, that due to the size and the structure of the body underneath, is more likely a woman or a petite man. And once again, as mentioned, there's that pad next to her. But other than that, there's not much else to see other than the bony hand.
Mila's just
Although,
gonna...
although, I just realized something. Mila,
Yeah?
roll me D100, please. Sorry, then I'll get to you, Squee. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Everything explodes.
No, not everything doesn't explode. I would like you to deduct 10 ISP, please, temporarily.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
Looking at that hand, you have a brief flash in your mind, a psychic echo of the vision that you had the day before. That hand grasping for a flower. That hand also had pink paint on the end of its well-manicured nails. This is her, without a doubt. You can feel it. Squee, what did you wanna what do you wanna say?
Al would see the painted fingers
Mm-hmm.
and Mila looking at her, and then he'd think for a second, and then he would say, "Wait." And he'd see the flowers, of course, and he'd say, "Wait, Mila, was this the girl with the pretty fingers you were talking about?"
Yes.
Um, Al's brain just kind of misfires, not quite sure, and then he'll say, "Okay, Mila, you said that she needed the flower?"
I thought she did. I mean, is she dead?
She's dead, Mila, yes. But that doesn't mean you didn't sense something.
What? Mila's like grabbing her at her head or helmet, and looking very confused, just making grunting noises as she's thinking.
Al will take the time to inspect the dead body.
All right. Roll me medical doctor.
All right, give me a second while I verify
The percentage.
the percentage, right? To figure out where I actually wrote this down.
So while you're doing that here,
Yeah.
while you're figuring that out, because it's going to take you more than a few moments to look over the body, Patrick, what would you like to do in the meantime?
Oh boy. I hope Patrick's doing the right thing. He's actually going to approach Mila and go, Mila, I think I found the dirt that I was looking for. Can you help me out?
Sure. She'll help you out.
He's going to point towards the base of a larger vine.
Mm-hmm.
So, Patrick,
Mm-hmm.
if she's dead, that means I can't save her? Because when dead people die, they Right. Okay.
Well, my mom always told me one thing that I always kept with me.
Yeah.
A person's not really dead if their will lives on. And whatever she wanted...
So
Well,
I can still save her.
in a way, yes. If you carry on what she was trying to do, then yes.
Okie dokie. Squeepy, that
Sorry,
was your
I got
check.
confused because I wrote it down wrong. The doctor actually
Oh.
has two percentages, one for diagnosing, one for treating, so I confused
Diagnosing.
myself. Yeah. I assumed that would be... So I succeeded by 11.
Groovy. So, you can tell, unfortunately the remains, like I said, are mostly skeletal. There are still some little mummified, dry flecks of flesh and muscle and cartilage, but for the most part, she is just decomposed considerably. Due to the current environment, especially the moisture in the environment and the area, you can assume that she died approximately, you can approximate between 60 and 100 years ago. What is slightly bizarre is that you have not seen any other corpses anywhere around this facility, which implies that her being intact here is peculiar and novel. Unfortunately, without any sort of toxic analysis, you are unsure exactly how she died because there doesn't seem to be any exterior form of trauma. No bones have been broken. There's no indentation on the skull. There's no slashes against any of the remaining cartilage or bone itself. Although she perhaps could have died from from some sort of organ damage, perhaps. It's it is a possibility, but unlikely. So you're not able to determine the cause of death at this point.
Okay, but I do know that she died between 60 and 100 years ago,
Yes, that you can definitely determine.
and that it's odd that she's even here.
Yes,
Got it.
only because you've seen you've been through this facility for sure, and you've seen no other, like, not even a single skeletal finger anywhere.
Right. Okay. Al would.
Oh yeah, because I forgot to mention those blood spatters on the wall that I described last session. You guys would have seen that too. Considerably dried blood on the wall, which makes why you don't see any other remains perplexing except for this one, which seems to have died intact.
And refresh my memory. There's tons of flowers in the room. Yes.
Yo, just heaps and heaps of them. Yes.
Al will mention it, kind of like as he's going through it. He'll mention it. It looks like she died at least 60 years ago, but there's no other remains here. So the fact that she's even here is strange.
Oh, I hope she wasn't waiting for me.
Why would this body still be here and not anywhere else?
'Cause she was looking for the flowers.
Right. Patrick, you looked at the flowers, right?
Yes.
Would there be anything in the flowers that might... Other people had to die here. The only reason I could think that this body would still be here and they wouldn't be would be the bugs. Would there be anything in the flowers that might deter the bugs?
There's a pheromone, but I haven't really had any good testing on it. Purely, it has the potential of that, sure.
Well, it's the only thing that I can think of that makes sense. Other people had to have been here, had to have died, but we haven't seen a single body. It would make sense that if the bugs are carnivorous, they would eat the corpses, maybe drag off the bones, but why leave this one? And the only thing I can think of that's different between here and anywhere else we've been are the flowers.
Patrick's gonna stand up. Well, if that's the case, she's obviously works here with a team. I would not think that this is her facility alone. Where's everyone else?
Maybe she's the only one that died in here. Or maybe I'm wrong. I'm really not sure. I think Al would then start investigating the rest of the room more closely.
Okay. You do notice, other than the pool of water around and the small bits of earth that Mila and Patrick are digging up, and of course the sheer number of flowers, there is a three-section, a large terminal workstation, okay, with three separate sections, all with computer screens and what appears to be, universal input devices. Okay. In addition to the small pad that seems to be on the workstation itself, one of the terminals, the one on the rightmost, seems to be still have some power to it.
Okay. Al would say, Patrick, can I trade places with you? That terminal still has power. You have the best chance of getting into it. Maybe it can explain what's going on.
Yes, I think you'd be better at digging.
Al will raise an eyebrow, but then take over.
Okay, now Al, if we get enough of these, we might be able to save her.
Okay. Al says non-judgmentally.
But you gotta be very, very careful.
Okay, I'll be very careful.
Okay. Al, you're not being careful. She says almost immediately
Al
afterwards.
hasn't even started digging.
Yeah.
All right, another break. Where was I in whatever the freaking game that I was? Hold on, I'm gonna. This is gonna take me a bit because I just do not remember the name of this thing. Tracking guard. There we
Yeah.
go.
You were talking about how it was scaling in difficulty.
Yeah, it was really nice because it was based off of very like melodic music, and it was a rhythm based thing that was very like note after note and all this other stuff. And each time it got to a harder difficulty, it would be more elaborate patterns, breaks, speed ups, different cadences and things like that. And the visuals would like bend away and things like that, making it harder for you to actually see the line coming at the thing, so you can't have like a visual one. Look at it. Hey, Inferno.
Hey. Do you want to finish at least your sentence or your statement there, so you don't feel completely
No,
cut
I
off?
think I'll end it there as a nice
Cool.
cliffhanger.
So before I do any sort of other skill checks or you continue on, I'm gonna do a little update for Tom and what he's been glancing at from time to time. You notice, Tom, that these little creatures, you've taken a few glances at this point, right? And they're not little creatures by any means. They're about 6 feet to 7 feet tall, you can estimate. They're definitely humanoid, and they seem to be picking at the bodies of their, they're similar-looking compatriots.
Yeah.
At times it seems like they're feeding, but at other times it seems like they're moving them in a strange way. They're dragging certain corpses around in a very, very bizarre pattern. Sometimes to the north, sometimes to the south, sometimes they're clumped up together. But they continue on with this busy work for quite some time.
Okay.
Anyways, if I recall, Al asked Patrick to come take a look at the terminal there. So I'll throw it in your court there, Mr. Patrick.
All right. I am at a terminal that has power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the rightmost one seems to still have some power through it. Probably from some. You don't see any external. I mean, there's so many plants around; it's hard to tell. But you don't see any sort of cords or exterior power supply. So you're assuming perhaps it runs underneath the ground, whatever this, what is feeding to this thing electrically.
Oh, fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Must be a core still giving off power.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder for how long. Let's see.
So
where's the on button on this thing?
as you peek around looking for an on button on this thing, you do notice that there is a jack, a head jack input for something like that, in addition to a traditional on button and a keyboard interface.
It's going to be slightly dangerous, but will get us in and out faster. And he's going to actually jack into this particular console.
Alright. You jack into the console, and your mind is flooded with this new environment, and using that new program, that interface program that you use, the one that is very similar to a giant screen in which you manipulate data, you soon discover that this terminal itself seems to have does store data, but the data that is being stored seems to be very old. A lot of the timestamps are around the years 2800. Sorry, not 2800. I'm so sorry. From around 2210 all the way back to 2170. As a reference for you guys, by the way, because before, when you guys were on Earth, I never really mentioned this, but now's a good time as any. When you're on Earth, the calendar was known as the PA, post-apocalypse, right? It was started by the Coalition, but it spread out amongst everywhere to kind of keep track of the date and the months and the years, right? Traditional months were sustained, so April, May, June, July, all that whole thing. But the year is what when you guys started the adventure is 100 PA, right? But when you got into orbit, they don't use that PA. They used the natural date that we use today, right? So currently, as of this day, actually, it is August 21st, 2392.
Damn.
So that's saying that the data that you're finding, Patrick, is approximately 100 to 170 years old. Okay? So now much of it is there's quite a few data packs, and it seems to be of surveys, of experimental results. But one thing you might notice, that one thing that might quirk your interest, is data on the effects of algae introduction into the Mars ecosystem and projections for how long it would take to propagate and terraform the planet as a whole. The algae introduction was seen as a preliminary idea, and much of this data is the effects of that, the long-term effects of that, both observed and computer-simulated projections. Other than that, unfortunately, you don't get any sort of blueprints on the facility itself. There's no historical documents, and if there's any sort of security or communications data, it is definitely not on this terminal. All that you can find is what's stored on the local hard drive. That's all you can veer off to. There's no network of information, at least that's active in this facility. So using your head jack, you're only able to get into the hard drive, and that hard drive is mostly botanical data. Yeah. There's only one other bit of information that you're able to glean from a quick cursory results of this data, and that this outpost, this facility, was called Germana Facility.
Okay. I'm after looking through majority of the data, Patrick is then going to get his personal computer and attempt to grab the information as much as he can from the terminal.
Great. It will take approximately 3 minutes in which to download the data.
All right.
In the meantime, Tom, the creatures have not noticed your presence, and Mila and Al are able to gather as much local soil, as they can, filling up one bucket completely, and then the second one to about 3/4 of the way.
Cool. I would also like to point out that I would have mentioned that I had a what looks like a damaged hard drive and the personal computer that I just tossed into my backpack. I didn't even open.
Okay. Okie dokie.
So Patrick would know this along with everybody else.
Cool. Let's see. Patrick's then going to take a brief calculation about length of last entry and now in his time frame. So 170, and this body's still intact. And, well, that could be multiple different things, but surprised that she hasn't been eaten. He would know that, well, maybe he would know or not, but I'm going to assume that he would probably have some knowledge about how decomposition works and how it probably wouldn't work the best in Mars since there's probably not that much bacteria to eat away the dead. But there are large bugs to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But she seems to be somewhat intact.
Yeah.
As much as intact as a dead body can be.
Yeah, you've only been able to give a cursory glance of information. Like I said, the algae information is about 170 years old. There's some stuff that's a little bit sooner. But you're only glancing at these data packets, right? Those that you can see, like last date, like the date when it was made, right? But not the last date it was modified. You'd have to spend a little bit more significant time, even with your mind jack implants, to really investigate each little data pack and see when they were last modified. So there is potential that these things were accessed, or little addendums were added to these things more recent than 170 years ago.
Okay.
But these some of them were made, like originally made, a long time ago.
Huh. All right. Patrick would definitely be interested in the latest entries. So we'll probably scan through the packets for a little.
Okay. That'll take about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Just so you know. So while Patrick's doing that, anything in particular you guys wanted to do? Is there anything in the description of the room you wanted me to reiterate?
No, I think I'm good right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Al would probably, check in with Tom and make sure the bugs aren't killing him or something.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Nope, still good. Still
Tom,
here.
roll me a D100.
All right. 20.
Yeah, no, they seem to be staying in the back of that room, which is a good near 200 feet away. So they haven't appeared to have noticed. And if they do, it doesn't seem like they care, because they're not moving towards. They haven't even gotten halfway through the room yet, closer towards you guys.
Cool.
So after that time passes, you can see Patrick, the most recent. Going on, I have to do my own calculations now. My own calculations. Okay. Last one, after cursing through all of them, it appears to be a data packet that is titled Long-Term Effects of Pollination on on central nervous systems. It is dated 61 years ago, and the last person to have accessed it appeared to be an individual named Dr. Matilda Cole.
Okay.
Okay. So with that in mind, is there anything else you guys would like to do in this room, take in this room, investigate in this room, talk about, or what would you like your next steps to be?
Well, we don't have anything that for sure one way or the other explains why the body's there. We don't really have... I mean, Patrick, was there anything in the computer that sheds any light on what was going on here or why they're not here anymore?
Maybe not as elaborate as disaster notes, but I do know at least the time. Have you checked the data packet?
Data packet? What data packet?
Oh, you mean
one
the
over there.
pad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
What,
one.
what?
The data pad. The iPad-like device that was by her hand. Her
Oh,
skeletal hand.
no. I haven't. Al will check the data pad.
Okay. You do see it is completely intact. It doesn't look damaged. The screen doesn't look damaged whatsoever. You go to turn it on. You're able to find what seems to be an on switch, and as it powers up, it immediately powers down, and a very, very dull red light is shone in the top right-hand corner. And you're able to determine, you've interacted with technology enough to realize that whatever battery it's on appears to be dead.
All right. Al will say, the battery's dead. We might have something on the ship that could power it, but I don't think we have anything here.
Give me an electronics check there, Patrick.
Okay. Basic.
Mm-hmm. For you, yeah, it would be basic.
Okay. Let me
Because
just.
you have a plethora of skills that's going to kind of synergize with this, so I'm going to have the skill check be basic. No penalties.
Okay.
Oh my god. As soon as Al mentions that, and that does seem pretty a fair observation, but you noticed in the various outputs nearby where you jacked in appears to be other outputs for the interaction or the plugging in of data. You are able to recognize one as clearly as some sort of power supply or power connection, a tethering, one might say. And although you cannot see any sort of cord around here, you feel that you could use one of your own. You could use the cord that you use with your personal computer, the one that you use to download the data from the terminal. It would take just a moment or two, but you have the tools with you that you make some small modifications and have it actually transfer power to the data pad. And you're able to probably charge it here right away. It'll take about 7 minutes to get enough power to the device to render it operational, you think. But you figure you could power it up right here. Otherwise, you are confident that you can get it powered back on the ship. Very easy modification of an E-clip or one of the other many power supplies on the Rhapsody itself.
Patrick is gonna go, this jack, this outlet seems to still be active. It uses the same basic cords. I could probably get it charged.
Sure. How long do you think it would take?
I'm not quite sure about a full charge, but about 5-10 minutes.
Well, we can't really do much while the bugs are there, so why not?
Okay. Tom, roll me another D100, please.
All right, let's see if my luck still rolls out. Yeah, 36.
Yeah, right now the bugs seem to be in the far, far left-hand corner of this room, and they seem to be piling, stacking, emaciated bodies of these creatures, of these corpses, on top of each other, and they've gotten about 5 high. As you check in, they don't seem to be doing anything else though. Yeah. Your luck does still stand by appearances.
Sweet.
And sure enough, after about 6 minutes pass, the power to the device, once you press the on switch, the red light on the top corner turns to a yellow, then to a green, and the display fires up. It appears to be a personal data pad itself, and it, oddly enough, is not password protected. It boots up to its main interface screen, and you can see on the desktop, for lack of a better word, 3 separate log files. Of course, you could delve further into the device itself, but the very fact that there are these 3 log files at the very as soon as you boot it up implies that they were the 3 most recently saved items on this device.
Here you go.
They are in, and they are dated September 2230. Sorry, September 23rd, 2230, September 27th, 2230, and September 28th, 2230. So there's 3 of them, ordering from most recent to least recent.
It's charged up. He's gonna hold out the pad to Al.
Al's going to take a look at it. All right. I'm assuming it's all. I mean, there's no. Al doesn't need any special thing to use it or anything like that.
No, you have computer operations, don't you?
I believe so. Hang on.
Well, let's double check that. I made the assumption you had computer operations.
I do have computer operations.
Yeah, I figured you did.
All right.
Then
Then Al.
So yeah, so you've been in space long enough, and the data pad is intuitive enough that all you got to do is press that finger to that icon.
Al will do it. You
Okay.
press fingers to icons.
Which one? The eldest, the second most recent, or the most recent?
I like going from oldest to recent.
Okay, so the eldest. So as you click the icon, you can hear from the back speaker of this data pad a female voice. Her voice is tinny, and a mature tinny voice. And the log says as this, and everyone in the room, especially Mila, because they're hearing it's a soft noise, so it's not blasting out the speakers, but everyone in the room itself can hear. Unfortunately, Tom, though, you're unable to. You're too far away. But the eldest log reads as this: personal log of Dr. Cole. It looks like Mr. Cooper and the rest of our security detail has managed to keep control of the situation long enough, at least long enough for us to at least finish up with this research. How I wish Dr. Walters didn't diversify those creations of his. It's causing quite a few difficulties in creating some sort of specimen that can deter the multiple taxonomy of these creatures. The only chance we have left now, the only chance for Mars now, is to propagate this species, which I have labeled Deles Thona, as best as I can. I'm working alone now, but without any further interruptions, I'm hoping to make good headway. And then the log clicks off.
Al will play the second log.
In the background of this log, you can want to hear the same voice, but in the background of her recording, you can hear this horrible screeching sound. Imagine your nails on chalkboard, but instead of the chalkboard itself, it's a metal. It's an aluminum. Nails on aluminum, that sound. She says, and the log states, by the sounds at the door, I can only assume that Aiden and the rest have died. It is very likely I'm the last person alive here at the facility, but thankfully I still have the Deles Thona here, and it is flourishing, for lack of a better word. Unfortunately, I am without any sort of rations, and although I have as much water as I might need, I have no amount of nourishment. The plants that we have grown, the Thona, it is toxic. So I have to make the difficult decision. whether I consume the toxins and perish that way, or starve to death. I've never starved to death before, so I don't know if that's the more painful choice. All I know is that the Delesthana has taken root, and I have made sure it has the nutrients needed and the capability to propagate. Before I perish, I will open the seal, and with the hope, a desperate hope, that this species will propagate and prove to be effective against these creatures. I think I'll take the quick route. Perhaps, in my weakened state, in my starvation, I might eat the plants anyway. And if that's to happen, I might not have the strength to open the door up. And with that little sigh, the log ends.
Al will very quietly play the last one.
You hear, through garbled choking, I just want people to know I tried. But the recording doesn't end. It goes on for a period of 3.5 minutes of near silence. You can hear gasping in the background, then heavy breathing, and then nothing. And just the silence, and in the far background, chitters. And then finally, mercifully, the recording ends.
Al will be quiet for a time and then say, Mila, I think you were right. I don't think she wanted you to save her so much as finish what she started. Patrick, you're a much better biologist than I am. Is there any way to spread these flowers throughout Mars?
Well, from speculation and seeing the growth site, throughout it, I wouldn't see it would need some source of water, though I don't know how this one got here. Maybe something stagnant from time long ago. But it seems to be growing quite well without most of it. I guess just planting it round might allow it to do such things.
I suppose. Now that I think about it, though, I'm not sure how... I assume they grew these in an attempt to save the colony. The colony obviously was not saved. So even if we were to spread these, we'd drive off the bugs and make this place safe for... who? Other people to come back? Wouldn't that just be inviting disaster? I mean, we've all seen those bugs. I don't care how effective a flower is, there's got to be... I mean, it's not gonna be a foolproof protection.
I guess the best way to look at this is there's a good chance to have a ward if humans ever, or if any particular being, want to colonize Mars without...
I agree. If nothing else, we could take as many of these flowers as we can back with us, and maybe they can find a way to develop it into a, I don't know, a bug deterrent, or like you said, maybe a more stable result. Whatever the case may be, I'm sure the Baron would be very, very interested in it.
Yeah, but to be honest, I'm not too comfortable with most of this. Messing with ecosystems in any way is not entirely my goal.
I understand. I'm not suggesting we need to drive the bugs into extinction. This is their world more than ours. But maybe it doesn't look like the flowers kill bugs, simply keeps them away. I don't know. I agree with you. I'm not suggesting we should change the ecosystem of Mars, but if there is a way to protect yourself from these bugs, that's still got to be worth something. Beyond that, I mean, maybe wishful thinking, but how long have those people been stuck in space stations without a planet? Earth is not accessible to them. Mars is, even if far away. If there's a way to make a colony that is stable and can work, I mean, that's a noble goal, isn't it?
It is. It will start up another place to settle down. I'm just concerned what will happen to what's inhabiting it now.
Yeah, so am I.
Burn, roll me another D100, please.
Oi!
You've noticed the creatures. They're done piling their bodies, and they're moving towards corpses that are a good 2/3 of the way into the room, which means they're moving closer towards you. You're wise enough to peek out, get away from the line of sight as they move closer towards your direction. And they start the middle around the middle to the front third of the room itself. And you take quick glances, but you notice that these things haven't noticed you just yet, but they are definitely much closer now.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell the rest of the guys over the radio about this.
Okie dokie.
After that, I was gonna say, whatever the case is, we're not gonna find the right answer here. Perhaps we should get going.
Be careful, because they're closer.
Yeah, I know, but we can't stay here. We have to go.
I know. I'm just saying, be careful.
My suggestion is we take the flowers we've gotten back to the ship, run whatever set of tests we can on them, and then we can figure out more from there.
Patrick, you can't see it through the visor, but he's grinning a little bit and gives a slight gesture towards his elbow, knowing that was going to make even the slightest sound. Just went like, no, probably better not. Kind of puts his arm towards you, then kind of folds it away. Goes, I've done plenty of research on these. I don't think we need to take anything from here besides the dirt and some data. We should probably get going.
Okay, if you think so. Let's take a few flowers just in case. Your sample may, for whatever reason, not be enough or die or fail.
You should ask Mila before you do that.
Of course. Mila?
Mila picked a lot of flowers.
Okay, then
Yep.
let's go.
Like, how many do we want to say? Like a good 20, 30 of them?
Before Nora came out, yeah, sure.
Oh.
She during that entire excursion, she was probably picking flowers and delicately like putting them in the basket or barrel or bucket or whatever.
Bucket, sure.
Bucket.
Sure. There is a hole in my bucket, dear Mila, there's a hole in my bucket. Okay, I'll stop.
Al would say, then I think it's time we retreat.
So I would like all y'all to roll me D100, please.
Okay.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Yeah!
High five for fucking it up.
High five. Boom.
So as you regroup and make your way back towards where you came from, let's see here. Who rolled the highest? Oh,
That was me.
Tom. Oh, Tom. Tom. So perhaps moving to the side, or for whatever reason, your armor scrapes against the metal edge of the hallway, causing both the bugs in the room to perk up immediately. Their long, twitchy antennae spin around as they start to cautiously creep towards you. Their very backs of their bodies, you can see kind of hum and shiver a little bit. And you can see wisps of gray, kind of like a smoke in a way, escape from their backsides. Now, they're not rushing towards you, but they are moving towards you.
I would like to roll initiative.
Sure. If we want to slip it down to that time, let's roll initiative. That's probably a good call.
He's not gonna just
Okay.
sit there and let them walk towards him.
No, I wasn't gonna let that happen too. I was gonna throw it to you guys. I wasn't gonna be like, oh, and now they're in hand to hand and you are dead, right? Because they're still, when they started moving, creeping towards you, they were about like here, and you guys, I'm gonna say, are like,
I'm right here.
yeah, you guys are like here, right? So that's a good amount of distance, right? But yeah, okay, let's roll initiative so everyone can act in order and people don't feel like they're getting ambushed now. So all y'all roll me initiative and let me know.
Let me pull Mila back up here. Boop. I got a 6.
Yay!
I got 13.
But yeah, what you will hear over the radio is "shit, they saw me," and then he'll start raising his arm.
Oh, everyone's within line of sight. Everyone kind of saw what happened.
Yeah.
All right, so I got 12. Okay. Patrick got 11. Mila got 13. What'd you get, Al?
3.
Oh, great. We can sort. Hey, wait. I think I can sort this now. Oh. Also. Don't know my attacks. Yep. Two question marks now. Okay. I'm going to turn all these to P's. And sort. Because I know how to do it now.
Yay.
I've been practicing.
Yay, practice.
Yay, prac day. Alright. Practice. So I want to go sort range, column D, and from Z to A. Boom! Look at that shit. So Mila, you're the first to react.
Nora's just gonna start booking it towards
Nora.
the entrance.
Okay. And what's your speed value?
My speed value is 28.
Excellent. Very good. Okay. The cockroaches, I'm calling them mutant cockroaches, by the way, because that is what they resemble.
Yeah.
They start to scurry. They get on to their hands and legs, for lack of a better word, and they scurry forward only about 10 feet. They don't move nearly as quickly as you have seen some other species, not the beetles, not the ants. And maybe they're not moving to their full potential, right? But they seem to be moving cautiously towards you. Patrick? Mila's already... Oh, wait. Let's. Well, we'll see what everyone does before I start doling out tokens.
They're trying to guard their territory. Just keep moving. And Patrick is going to. He already ran, so he's going to run too.
Okay. All right.
Everyone remain calm.
What's your speed value, Patrick?
19, I believe.
Okay. All right, Tom.
Okay. I am going to unsheath the fire sword and light it on fire with my mind and move.
Move where?
That way.
What's your speed value?
My speed value is 15.
Okay. Yeah, you're not gonna. Well, you'll make it 15. Al.
Al is going to take Patrick's advice. He's going to make sure that his juicer rifle is armed and ready to go, but he's going to just be headed towards Tom and away. So, like, joining up with Tom and then leaving.
What's your speed value?
Oh, a number?
I hope
20.
so, because if your speed value was the picture of a bee, I'd be pretty pissed off.
My whole character sheet's nothing but
Stop
like
being.
bees and
My
pictures of
picture
cats.
is starfish.
21.
Oh, okay, so quite good. All right. So as you guys, well, let's go another initiative order. In fact, before I let you know exactly what happens, because it could be dependent. Mila, are you still running?
Yep. Just like you don't need to tell me twice. Get out of here.
Cockroaches move to one end. In fact, let's duplicate them. Whoop. They move over to the edges of the walls here, and they're carefully creeping around the corner. They're still on all four legs, but you can see the smoky substance from behind them start to get thicker and thicker as it billows out. And their eyes are on, their compound eyes seem to be right on Tom's fire sword. Patrick?
Currently switching his radio. Continuing to move, by the way.
Oh, of course.
Switching his radio and contacting a retreat for the rest of the people who are at the doorway.
Lightbeat and his crew?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Tom?
Okay. I am going to again move this way, speed of 15. And I would like to launch a firebolt at one of them.
Roll a hit, please.
All right, so that is going to be 1d20 plus 4.
Okay, give me a moment, please. I'm going to have to make a duplicate.
Not the bees.
Not the bees.
Not the bees. Or the fleas. Especially the Hispanic kind.
Nice.
Yeah, you got it.
So I'm gonna say you launch it at the blue one, okay?
Sure.
Sure. So that's a 14. It is going to try and dodge around the corner, try to dodge that blast. Now, Firebolt is probably not as fast as a bullet, but it's not slow. So if it's okay by you, I'm going to give the modifier a -7. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's cool.
It can't, but it's still within 50 feet, so I'm not going to give it its dodge bonus, right? So it's going to roll 1d20 -7. It fails, so please roll damage.
6 MDC.
Okay. You scald. It tries to get out of the way, but it's too slow, and your flames kiss against its chitinous chest plate, and creates just a small black mark. Why are you not opening up, document? Open! Open, I
have
say!
a really
I
quick
command.
question.
Yeah?
The NPCs are filtering past us, right? They're going as well. Or were there
Yes.
no NPCs with us?
There were no NPCs with you, I said for the sake... just for the sake of simplicity. Like, I know
Alright.
Alicia's on the ship and August's on the ship, and I know Bear came along last time.
Mhm.
We can say that Bear is with the rest of the NPCs, keeping an eye out for things, if that's okay by you guys.
Yeah, as is Blink.
Yes, oh yeah, Blink.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
wondering if she was behind us. If so,
No,
Tom
no,
was
no,
going to
no,
be
she
daring and rescue her. But no.
Has anyone else noticed that maybe I told this to Inferno, but the picture of Blink I drew, she kind of looks like Emma Stone.
She does.
So it just bothers me every time I see it. I'm like, Emma Stone is a cat.
Mouth.
Meow.
Okay. So that's Tom's action. Al.
Al's going to say, less fighting, more running, and go past Tom.
Okay. Oh yeah, you are far beyond Tom. You are now like 20 feet in front
Dude,
of Tom.
I'm slower than everybody. I'm in the back.
Mila?
Okay, then, I was going to say that I'm not going to get too far from Tom.
Okay.
Okay.
But you said over the radio, less fighting, more running, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. We have no reason
Alright.
to be here.
Great. Mila, Nora.
Yeah.
You are now by the... Actually, I think we're going to need everyone's tokens now. So let me drag y'all over. Let's see here. Mila.
Yay.
Oh god, your
Where'd
face disappeared. There you
What?
are.
Ow.
Advanced.
Meow.
To front. There we go. There we go. There you is. So you've actually made it to the entrance of the interior of the facility already. Okay?
It's so rad.
Oh my god.
So good.
Here, we'll just do this. To front. Patrick, you are here. With your decent speed value. Tom. Oh, I keep putting in the wrong layer. To front. Tom has only been able to make it to here so far. And because Al doesn't want to be that far away from Tom, to front, I'm going to put him right there. Kosher?
Yay.
And
Yeah.
this distance is like not even 10 feet.
Yeah.
Groovy? Okay. So that is... Okay, so now it's the cockroach's turn. They lunge towards Tom. Both of them. After being attacked, it appears that their scurrying legs are much faster than appeared to be. And they are clawing and biting at you, Tom. So I'm going to roll to strike. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll do... They're going to be doing just a regular claw swipe at you. And let me just double check any bonuses they might have. Oh, not very many. Okay. So I got an 11 and a miss. So one has the potential to hit. How do you want to defend yourself?
Would I be able to parry with the fire sword?
Yep, definitely.
Okay, I would like to parry the one that was going to hit, or might still hit. So
Maybe.
1d20 plus 8. Boom.
You managed to parry it aside. So that's one action each on them. Patrick, you can't see this, but you can hear the sounds of some sort of scuffle now.
Oh god. Patrick is going to hear a bolt from Tom.
Yep.
He's going to actually be much more urgent and actually run back around the corner.
Mm-hmm. You can see in a split second Tom engaged with two of these creatures lunging over him and swiping at him as his fired sword, courses through the air.
Oh my god. Alright. Patrick's gonna try to cast a spell.
Okay. What do you want to cast?
Horrific Illusion.
Ooh, interesting. So we're going to use your last two actions there to cast the spell, but it's going to resolve right away. We're not going to wait. We're going to use, nice streamlined rules. I believe I have to save versus horror factor, don't I?
Let me look up the exact thing, which,
I can do the same thing too. I have all the books at a quick access. It's just in the main world book, correct?
Yep.
Oh, you know what? Fuck you, Microsoft Edge. I updated this computer and it's running great, except that it's now used all Microsoft programs as default. When here's a crazy idea. Maybe I want Adobe Acrobat to read my fucking PDFs, you piece of shit.
It's called Microsoft Edge.
Yeah.
So it's an edgelord.
Oh my god, Criana. You know what?
Sorry. I'm here all week, guys. I'll see myself out. I really have to take
You know
a
what?
look.
I'm not even upset. There are some puns that upset me, but some of them are really good that I can't be upset at. Okay, Horrific Illusion. Oh.
So it is apparently whoever can see this, but I can choose the illusion.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do is illusion one of those flowers, but a giant one that looks like it's opening up.
Oh. Nice. Oh my goodness, I was going to give them a bonus to horror factor because they have insect-like intelligence, but now I'm not going to give that to them. Not at all. You hit something that hit a vine. So I have to roll 2 saving throws. So what's the horror factor that I have to save against? 16?
It is 14.
14. Okay, Bugs, let's see how you do. You'll see what they do on their action. Tom.
Well, I'm going to run.
Okay.
Using my entire turn, running, moving.
You go across a giant flower opening up.
Yeah. You have to go right past one. But since you're beginning your run, you can move a good solid 30 feet. So now you're right by Patrick here.
Okay.
Al?
Al's
Out of the
going...
corner of your eye, you see a giant flower. Like, just immense, come out of nowhere.
I would have heard or seen Patrick chanting, or...
Yes, you would.
Yeah, okay. Al's going to mentally compliment Patrick and keep going.
Okay. So you bound around the corner, you're running, kind of double your speed or so. There you go. Nora, I should say, actually. I'm going to change your name. Oh, wait, she's in the washroom, so we'll wait. Actually, you know what? I think it's fair to assume, how about this? I'm going to just go ahead and assume that she's still going to continue what she's doing before, because I'm going to let you know what's happening with the bugs. Both of them give the surprised chittering noises, and the smoke behind them changes from a gray to a deep, thick green, and it spreads all over the hallway as they quickly back up from the sides of that illusion, and they seem to be backing up quite a ways, a good 15 feet. So Nora, if she wants to change what she's doing, I'll give her a priority to act before me. Oh, good. Wireless headset. So Criana, is it? It works. So Criana, what would you like Nora to do?
Yeah, it's the same. She's probably just gonna be like, "You guys hurrying the fuck up."
Right. Yeah, so now you're making a way halfway through the overgrown garden-like environment, moving to the breach in the greenhouse-like dome. How about this, Patrick, Tom, Al? Are you guys just GTFOing?
I'm getting out of there.
Okay, then I'm
yes,
going.
with one small addendum, I would like
Okay.
to extinguish the fire sword.
Okay, done. You do so in an instant, which is good before you hit the outside with all the plants and whatnot. But if you caught something on
Well-
fire, you could always make it not on fire. You have that ability.
Also,
So-
Lightbeat and all those people. That would be really inquisitive about a sword that you can light on fire.
Yes, most definitely. But I'm going to pause combat here now, because thanks to Patrick's horrific illusion, these things are not pursuing whatsoever. So you're able to hastily make yourselves, the group hastily gets themselves past the dome once more through the breach. Back to the outside, the exterior forest, in which you would reconnect with light beat, Blink, Bear, and the other collected freebooters that have been standing guard. They report that they haven't seen anything. They've seen no movement or anything else, and they ask for your next set of orders.
Are we calling it a day, guys? Are we going back to the ship?
I don't know what I'm covered in. Does anybody know what the green powder does?
Everyone kind of shakes their head.
Okay.
I do believe we are evacuating. I think we should. We still have a lot of data that we need to sift through.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. Let's call
Great.
it
We may want to, if we I don't know, do you guys want to try to obtain another one of those
flies.
large fly? I'm just going to call it a large
We-
fly for now.
We can look for one, sure.
If we find it on the way back to the ship, hell yeah.
Okay.
We need to find them in pairs, so why not?
We have one, we need to find the second.
Agreed.
So I would then it's fair to say you guys are heading back towards the ship. Everyone, NPC alike, is going to be keeping an eye out. I would like each of you player characters to do what I love and roll me a D100.
Cool.
Wait.
I would like to state that Tom is going to be very close to Blink on the way back to the ship.
Okie dokie.
I got a 99. I
Almost
think
a
I'm
little
over
too
that,
close.
guys. You guys have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
D20 Al.
Cheater.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
There, just add 20 to it.
Alright. I'm waiting for one on Nora and Patrick.
We did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I was
78
too-
and 75.
I'm sorry. Right. Is your mic not working, Criana Face, or are you just doing I don't know. It works.
Yeah, it's even unmuted. You could have been saying all of this.
I just
But I
don't
told- I too aggressively
right.
type everything.
Okay, I'm gonna just make a couple rolls myself, for the sake of the NPCs. Okay. On the way back. You travel for a solid 20 minutes, and Al is the first to notice. It's a distance away, it's a good 250 feet, and at first it's just a glimmer, a quick sensation of movement off to your left, Al. But on a second look, you're able to see through the sparse trees, far, far away. You see another one of these fly creatures.
Alright, Al would tap whoever he's closest to on the shoulder and say,
We're gonna
"Look."
say bear.
Who?
Bear. Oh, unless you're a player.
Yeah, Oh.
No. Do you prefer a player character or an NPC?
No, Bear's fine. He would just tap on the shoulder and say, "Look, another one of the flies."
Do you want me to track it?
Yes, please. We need to see if this one is going to be as easy as the last one.
I will let you know via radio once I get a closer look at this thing.
Thank you.
And Bear, like a big furry ninja, slides into the topiary and starts to track this thing. Over the radio, as you guys, I'm assuming you guys are making your way back towards the ship then to get what you need to trap this thing. Is that a fair assumption, or am I going too far?
I think that's a fair assumption.
Okay. So you guys travel for just a few minutes, and you're about to get to your ships when you hear Bear say on the radio, "It has not noticed me, but its eyes, they have a milky white to them, but it's not nearly as clouded as the last one. This thing doesn't seem to be bumping into too many things either, just from time to time. It does appear to be eating on the vegetation, though. Same types of plants."
I see. All right, keep tracking it. We're coming.
Understood. You hear no other. From time to time, you do hear reports from Bear, but none of them are urgent. He is not. He doesn't encounter another such insectoid monster, nor does he say that he's been spotted. So you guys get to your ships. What would you guys like to do to prepare?
Patrick gets back. He's going to sit down on the floor. And
Of the ship or of the Martian ground?
of the ship once he gets into it, probably the holding bay. And he's holding his head with one hand, just leaning against it, and he's quiet for a little bit. Then, if no interruption, he'll get up.
Well,
And
we'll
go.
see if the players act first, and then we'll go from there.
So what is he? He's just kind of hunched over?
He's currently sitting on the floor, with
Oh.
leaning against his hand with his head.
Hey. Woo. Patrick. Hey.
Hey, Nora.
What are you doing? Are we gonna get going, or do you need a...
Yeah,
Maybe like 5 minutes?
give me a moment. If you could help
Sure.
out, could you set up the cage for transport?
Sure.
Thank
I can
you.
try.
Is Al around?
Al?
I'm here.
Yeah, he's here.
Alright.
Al, were you just eavesdrop? Never mind.
Al just raises an eyebrow.
Nora's eyes narrow.
Oh, Nora, you salty bitch.
You'll hear in the background.
I love her.
You'll hear in the background. I'll just put the cage on the thing.
Man,
Yes.
everyone was eavesdropping.
No, there's the difference between eavesdropping and happening to stand right here.
Look, guys,
Al, don't try and sugar... Okay, now is not the time.
Yes, Patrick, how can we help?
please. Now is not the time. I'll get some food prepared. Just give me a minute.
Ugh. Patrick, what's going on?
I'll talk about it when we have time.
Okay. Nora gives a worried look over to the other two.
Yeah, Al shares the worried look.
As
For
does
once, they
Alicia,
agree.
as does Alicia, who was nearby helping getting things ready. No, not Alicia. Blink. Who's helping Tom get things ready.
As as Patrick stated, maybe a few seconds longer, he'll get himself up, and he'll get to work.
Get to work doing what, my friend?
What he did similarly last time, maybe with a bit more grace.
Okay.
To
You were talking about cooking before in character. I'm like, what's going on? But so you mean you want to do the similar procedures as you did last time to get the cage
Yes.
prepared, right? So getting the plants that you harvested before, blend them together, loading the cage onto the ATV truck, and getting ready to deploy it, right?
right.
Okay, great. Does that sound fine for everybody else?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. Mhm.
I will be piloting the glitter boy.
Okie dokie, artichoke. Not a problem. Right. So let's go to another little drawn map. We can delete this for now. Oh my god, look at all these X's. X's. Right.
And the
they
they hump. I'm so sad that that's what we go to.
It is.
Wow,
we are
There's a
sad.
Tom.
So
There's a
ridiculous.
bigger Tom. There's
Yeah,
Patrick,
this
there's
is
another
what
Patrick.
this is what happens when I drag over. Listen, you spazzes. Okay. So once again, we're gonna do our little foresty thing. Okay. And once you get ready to roll out, Bear will confirm that the creature is here, and it is going on a path like this. It appears. That's the best he can gauge. Actually, wait. Yeah, he does a good job. That's the best he can gauge. Okay.
Alright.
So where do you guys want to deploy, and approximately how far away?
Our landing zone is right around here, right?
Yes, exactly.
Closest place.
Okay.
It's in the path and near the end of it.
Okay.
What do you guys think?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm down
Yeah,
with that.
I think I agree.
Great. And so approximate. Well, actually, that's a very good idea because you have to travel the least amount of distance. So Bear once again starts to position himself so he's in front of this thing. And when you get there and you get the cage down, it's about 7 minutes later that you see Bear, and he confirms that this creature is about 300 feet away. It's moving a little bit faster than the last one, so you have about 5 minutes. He estimates about 5 minutes before this creature gets within view of the cage and anyone else nearby it.
I hope Bear delivers his famous line when we see it. There.
I know this will sound really stupid.
Where are the drugs? There.
You got a what, Criana?
I have to mute myself.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so I know this sounds really stupid,
Mhm.
but all of the brush is like knee high over here, right? In this area?
No, that's not a stupid question. But no, you don't need to make that assumption. It's not just brush. There are trees that extend up to 30 feet. The important thing is that it's considered a light forest. It's not very dense, right? So if you're wondering if there's any chance for your glitter boy to be completely concealed by the vegetation, the answer is no. But you can do as best as you can.
Even if I go prone,
Going prone helps,
okay.
but the glitter boy has a considerable amount of mass, right?
Yeah, it kind of does.
Mhm.
Could I go prone behind some trees?
Sure.
Okay.
Roll me a D100.
All right. Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna keep
Better
that in
than my
mind.
last one.
Yep. How does everyone else want to position themselves? The NPCs are going to take care of themselves, no problem. They're going to do their best to hide and wait. And if you have a specific place you need them to be, let them know.
Nora's probably just gonna be nearby someone, but this
not really her area of expertise, so she'll just
Okay.
kind of be on standby.
Okay, I'd like you to roll me a D100 too. Once you're ready,
Sure.
Criana.
I can. Oh, did I not? Was I supposed to? Was this
No,
the
no,
first
no,
time?
no. I asked you
Oh,
to.
69.
Ew. All right. How about you, Squee and Patrick?
I'd probably make put myself opposite of where Tom is.
Okay.
On this
Roll me
side.
D100, homie. Okay. And Patrick. Patrick is dead. R.I.P. and pepperoni.
Patrick is looking at everyone setting up their
Mhm.
positions. He's actually going to hand over the remote to Al. Say, press
Wow.
this if he goes in. And he's going to actually go away from this. Back into the
Oh.
ship.
Okay, interesting. So you're 5. Do you want anyone to escort you? Any members of Lightbeat's
Yes.
squad? Yes? Okay.
Nora would volunteer.
Al would say, "Wait, Patrick, where are you going?"
I'm going to the ship.
Are you okay?
I think so.
Right. All right. Well, be careful.
So Nora will go with them.
Yeah.
How many other members of Lightbeat squad do you want to go with? Another 4, maybe? So a group of 6 of you making your way back to the ship?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Okay. So be it. Lightbeat will stay with the bulk, but a woman and 3 men, 3 males, 2 of them are mutants actually, will assist you, come with you. But Bear, Blink, the rest of the squad, and Lightbeat will maintain their positions. And sure enough, after a while, the cage has that kind of goopy, slurry milkshake thing that Patrick made is spread over the base of the cage, and lies there to rest. And sure enough, this fly mutant comes into view. And those of you who have line of sight, which is most of you, are able to see that what they're reporting was right. Its compound eyes do have a milky white look, but it's around the ring. It's almost like it's making a ring around the compound eyes, and the center of the eyes still seem to be clear with this deep, deep red color. Okay. And the fly is moving to one plant and clearly munching on it with its mandibles, and flies towards another tree, and then it spots the cage. It spots the cage. It starts making its way towards it. It flies a very, very low pattern. It's only about 4 feet hovering around the ground. And it's about 100 feet away, moves towards the cage. 70 feet away, 60 feet away. When it gets about 30 feet away, its antennas twitch and its eyes peer towards something else. And it starts making its way towards you, Tom.
Really?
Hmm?
Shit. Out of character, what should we do, guys? I might have fucked this up, kinda. Should we spring into action?
Well, the goal was to capture it, so, if it just lays still for now, I guess, have it sniff you over, maybe it will go away.
Sure. Sure, I'll do that.
Have it sniff you. Kind of. Well,
It's good.
bugs don't have noses, but the equivalent of it. You will lie still. That's interesting. I'd like you to... No, it's power armor. You can just tell it not to move. It's not that difficult. So there's no skill involved, really. It's just doing. So sure enough, this fly creature does get closer and closer and closer. It hovers about 10 feet away from you. And it kind of tilts its head a little bit. And towards that kind of, on the top of the glitterboard armor, it has those kind of two little, like, spiky things coming out of the helmet.
Yeah.
Probes, sensors, really, is what they are. And it takes one of its clawed hands and it starts to scrape against it carefully. And then it pulls itself back, almost surprised by the noise. Take 10 points of mega damage to your helmet.
Okay.
And pauses for a moment and it starts flying around to the back of you by one of your legs. And you can hear, you can't see it at this point, but you can hear another scraping noise. Take 10 points of mega damage to your right leg. Do you
Okay.
continue? Does anyone do anything at this point, or shall I continue?
I do nothing.
Okay. I will take silences. Yes. I mean,
I'm
silence
not
is
there.
gone.
I can't do
I
anything.
know.
Al's going to be silent.
Okay. And then finally, it flies over to the right side of the prone glitter boy, and another scraping noise. This time you can feel this, well, not feel the sensation, but your sensors report that your right hand has taken damage of the power armor, and that is, spoiler alert, 10 points of mega damage
All right.
to the right hand. And with that, it hovers around you, like right above where you are, for a good 8 minutes. But
I
you
will
stay
stay
completely, but you stay completely still. And the creature then passes you by. It clearly senses something more desirable, as it once again makes its way towards the cage. It hovers around the cage, a good 30 feet away. It circles the entire thing, its antenna whirring above its head, its compound eyes trying to gain focus. And when it gets to the back of the cage, it kind of takes a little poke out at it. Just shifts it a little bit in the ground, and it hovers back, almost startled in a way, and once again moves to the front. And so very, very carefully, it inches forward, closer and closer. First, it's within feet and feet, and then inches and inches and inches. But finally, painfully so, it flies in, completely in, to the cage itself. You can hear slurping noises.
Squee.
I'm sorry, I forgot I was muted. Al closes the gate. I'm sitting there going, close the gate, close the gate, close the gate.
It's too late, the fly eats you.
Al's dead.
Dun, 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 dun.
And with the command from the personal computer, a radio wave is sent out, connecting with the device attached onto the cage itself. The door slams shut, and it's like I want to say, as ridiculous as it sounds, it's akin to a cat in a bag with the amount of noise and clamor and friction inside that cage. But the cage stands strong. It is steady. And unlike your first specimen, this one does not subside after a few minutes. It raises hell the entire journey back on the back of that ATV. In fact, you have to stop the ATV a few times to reset the cage because it shifted so much due to the sheer amount of the struggle that this thing is giving.
How easy is it to pick up the cage in the glitterboard armor?
Extremely. Your robotic strength is more than enough able to carry that sheer amount of poundage.
Then I will pick it up and set it back down, slightly vigorously.
That translates to you asshole. You're able to do so. It doesn't. If anything, your jostling does is apparently rage it further because it continues on its destructive path. It's defiant caging, but you're able to get back to the ship. And Nocturne radios in and asks if we are to depart to meet back with the Razor's Kiss back in orbit.
Patrick is the one that is on the radios.
He has the command radio, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can't say anything.
You can always give your opinion.
In my opinion, we should spend a good 8 to 10 minutes foraging for these plants and stuff, and then when we have a good stockpile, then go.
I agree.
I concur.
Groovy.
I am a rock.
You are no such thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So you spend some time foraging. For those individuals, even NPCs who are unfamiliar with the vegetation, Bear is able to, and Nora, since she has identified plants and animals that we discovered last week.
Me? Oh my goodness.
Depending if Nora's temperament is patient enough, I will give you the opportunity to guide those who are lesser known exactly what to look for and to forage and to pick.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. And you're able to get a significant amount of vegetation, enough to feed both your specimens for an extremely long time. And in fact, if worse comes to worse, Patrick, you are confident that the botanical lab that you have has enough, has the capability to continue on these species of plants to help with the feeding regimen. But with that, then, it's fair to say that the ships take off, meet back in orbit?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I think so.
So, you take off from the dusty planet below, saying goodbye, perhaps, for the saying goodbye to the craggy mountain nearby, and the glass dome, and the lightly forested, slightly terraformed area. And you reach back into orbit. Now, the Rhapsody is expected to give Killian Blackwater a full debriefing within the hour. But before that happens, you guys did collect other portions of data, and you might have some role playing that you want to do in the meantime. I'd like to end this session after the debriefing with Killian, but I don't want to rush to that. If there's something you guys want to do or explore or role play before that point.
Yeah, actually, I think
yeah. Well,
you go.
I was gonna say Nora would be pestering Patrick as to what's up with him.
Well, paint the scene and who's in the room, please. This will definitely change what he will say.
I guess after we've gotten settled back onto the ship with everything, and things have sort of calmed down, we're ready to GTFO.
Alicia would be piloting, so she wouldn't be there. Bear would probably be in the same room. Would we say this is maybe the recreational room? Or maybe the main hallway in between where all the living abodes are?
Sure.
Rec room.
All right.
Al would certainly be there too because he's worried something's wrong with Patrick.
Tom, would you be there?
Sure.
Yeah. So then it's pretty much everyone but Alicia. Would August be there? Ooh, you know what? August might be curious. Let's give him a 50-50 chance. Yeah, August is going to be there too.
Mhm.
To everyone but Alicia. Poor Alicia.
Okay.
Not really. She's fine.
Blink is
So-
there too. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
So,
Sorry.
Nora is making smoochy
Yeah.
faces.
No, sorry, that was Criana being a brat. Yeah, no. To be like, so, Patrick, how you doing, buddy? She looks awkward, trying to be friendly.
Al gives her a thumbs up from behind Patrick.
She gives you a very dirty look.
Nice. Better watch your arm, Al.
I know, right?
Maybe I wasn't clear last time,
Mm-hmm.
but... Alright. Maybe this was on me. I probably should have been more specific when departing from that area to make sure not to upset the bugs. Sorry about that.
What?
What?
August quirks a brow. I take it something happened on Mars? Well, I mean, that's an obvious statement, but, I mean, there was some sort of scuffle.
Yeah, some bugs noticed Tom, and we retreated. I don't know what... Patrick, what are you talking about? You weren't the one that disturbed the bugs.
I probably should have noted that. I hope Tom wouldn't have tried to blast them like he did if I was more specific.
More specific about what?
The circumstance, how they're territorial and was just defending their area. I could have...
You're upset that Tom defended himself? I guess I could understand if Tom just blasted them for no reason, but it's not like he didn't have a reason. I agree, we tried to get out of there. I didn't want to kill them either, but they were charging him.
If they were charging, they would have gotten there in split seconds.
Okay, that is true. And we can look back and hindsight's 20/20, but understandably, in that position, I can't fault Tom for defending himself.
As I said, I only fault myself, just...
What could you have done differently? I'm confused.
If we just left, if there was the only thing that we did, I really feel that it would have turned out a bit differently. I'm glad that we all got out completely unscathed.
Well, none of them died either. All in all, I'd say that was Tom, did your bolt do much damage to it?
No, it seemed like it just kind of left a scorch mark and that's it. I mean, I'm pretty sure I didn't really hit it square on. And the split second afterwards, they were on me.
It's okay if I throw in one small NPC reaction? Is that groovy?
Sure.
Yeah.
Blink is gonna scrunch up her nose and she's gonna say, "Who gives a shit if they're hurt? Are you okay, Tom?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Everyone else is okay too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we made it out alive. So you made it out alive. That's great. These things are monsters.
Blink, these things aren't monsters. They're living beings just like us.
Yeah, well, living beings are also monsters.
Okay, then we're monsters. We've killed far more people than they ever have.
Yeah. Okay. Well, when you start eating each other, then maybe we'll continue that debate.
The point is, Blink, that they are living creatures defending their home. They have every right to do it. We're the ones invading their territory, and while I'll be willing to kill one to save one of us, doesn't mean I have to be happy about it.
Blink gives an indignant blink of her eyes, a quick succession of 5, and she says, "You're talking like these things were born on this planet." Listen, I don't know much about
born
Mars.
on this planet.
I don't know much about Mars, but I'm pretty sure before we came on, there was no life on board.
Okay, let's take a few backs. Dora kind of rubs her head. This isn't the time to talk about morality and shit. We're just talking about Patrick.
Yeah, okay. Blink agrees.
Al
Or-
shrug.
Nora actually seems kind of proud of herself.
Tom will give her a thumbs up.
She ignores you.
My God. You have never gotten a good response from Nora.
She hasn't dislocated your shoulder. Be
I was
happy.
gonna say, I think you're doing better than Al.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, just even a thumbs up every once in a while, or good job.
Just, okay, listen, this isn't about you right now, this is about Patrick.
That was all out of character, though.
I know it was.
If you know, Tom and Nora will have their moment eventually. Hopefully, it's a good one.
Hopefully, we'll see.
I would say, look, Patrick, I agree that we should try to not hurt them unless we have to.
I'm not. Yes. The morality is a second. I thought I'd gave clear, direct suggestion. I just probably should have been a bit more clear.
No, it's a tense situation. Don't beat yourself up over it. I mean, nothing overtly bad happened. The bugs still have their weird den. We got out with more information than we came in with. I'd say overall it was pretty successful.
Yeah, I mainly did that as a deterrent because I knew they were going to get to me next turn, or not next turn, but within the next few seconds. And I'm not as fast as you guys. I'm not.
Blink.
Yes,
Yeah, that's the question if Blink can say something now.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a new one.
I know, eh? Blink. No, Blink will say, listen, I've noticed you guys work together a few times now, so if you want my suggestion, when I was head of security of L Zone Prime, there was a hierarchy. It was clear who was in command. When I've seen you guys operate, there doesn't seem to be any sort of command structure, no sort of orders, nothing of the sort. So it's no surprise that you get in situations like this where one person says something and people take different tactical assessments. Maybe you guys need more structure in how you fight. That's what I think.
Al laughs too.
Nora's laughing.
Um,
That's a good one,
I-
Blink. You're pretty funny.
Blink, I
Blink blinks.
appreciate the logic behind it. I come from a military background, and I can tell you this group would be hampered by such a thing. Our best traits in strength is our independence.
Our stupidity, he means.
Not to mention the fact that I just don't think most of us would respond well to authority.
Nora raises an eyebrow but doesn't say anything.
Al is not looking at anyone in particular.
Don't respond well to authority, huh? And she looks around the ship. You sure find strange bedmates.
Yeah.
I said we were stupid.
What part of that did you not seem to understand?
Well, I don't know.
And Al will say, and you'll notice that he's not exactly very fond of us right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was my suggestion.
And like I said, it makes perfect sense logically, just not quite for this group.
Okay.
And then I would say, Patrick, if it helps, I've heard a lot of orders and seen a lot of commanders in my time, and even the best have limited effectiveness in a combat. You were no worse than anyone I've ever seen. You don't have time to sit down and submit a speech to make sure your orders are clear and precise. Everyone got out of there alive. That's the best you can hope for. Ever.
Patrick starts just slowly shaking his head back and forth. Talk about reckless and stupid. I, on a whim, decided they're probably afraid of a flower. A flower.
Yeah, and
It
you
worked.
still- because of it.
Which, actually, I think was a very intelligent move. I
Mhm.
mean, we'd only thought possibly it might have an effect, but to use it in the middle of a fight,
Patrick, if you were to, let's say, stop and say, hey, I have an idea, and explain what you plan on doing during the battle, I can guarantee I would have punched you in the face. So you did the right thing. I don't see why you're beating yourself up over it.
Nor can do it for you. Sorry, that was out of character.
Nora shudders for no explicable reason.
I would say, on that note, it's even more evidence that shows these flowers have at least a deterring effect on the bugs. We have to give a debriefing to Killian. We have to figure out what, as much as we can, what these flowers do.
Mm-hmm. We also have to go through the data that we gathered. The pocket computer that I gathered, and the somewhat broken hard drive as well. See if that can be mended or something.
Okie dokie. So which would you guys like to do first?
Well, I'd love to discuss what we want to tell him, but we can't really do that without just telling him.
Here's what I will do. Here's what I will do. I will take off my backpack. I will set the 2 items on the table in front of everybody. Then I will turn to Blink and go, hey, do you want to finish the season finale of Euro 5-0?
She gives you a series of blinks and looks at everyone else. She shrugs. Sure. It's not an hour till the debriefing, right?
Yeah, I think so. Right?
Okay.
Right,
Okay.
Let's go.
They're gonna go make out.
No, man. Not at all.
Make out with Cat Emma Watson. Not Emma Watson. What's her name?
Stone.
Emma Stone.
Hermione.
Hermione Granger.
You're a cat. You're a lizard, Harry. You're a cat, Hermione. All right.
Alright.
Alright, Al would, sit there and say, honestly, I don't think an hour is much time to discover much more than we already know. I guess we just tell him that the flower might have some property to dissuade the bugs, but we'll need more time to figure out what.
Okie dokie. Do you want to speed ahead to you? Sorry, do you guys want to keep on discussing? do something else. I'll have to tell you this. I have an open invitation for the last scene of the evening, which is Killian's debrief. And I'll put in the rest of it in your hands. What you guys want to do?
Oh boy.
Oh.
Um.
Hard drive's on the table. Broken
Yep.
hard drive's on the table.
Along with the pocket computer.
Yep. It's pretty smashed up.
I think, out of character, we should probably do the debriefing before we dig into those hard drives, because we can't discuss what we find on it. So let's do the debriefing so that we can honestly say we don't know what's on it yet. We'll look into it.
Yeah, that could work.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, like, okay, out of character, if I understand the hesitation for Patrick and Al being sensitive to Patrick is we don't necessarily want to hand them a tool to wipe out all these bugs. Am I correct, Piph?
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I will say no. But it's more of an interesting moral debate, but either way.
So that's not your main concern out of character.
Yeah.
It's not Patrick's main concern out of character.
Okay. So then there's no reason to try to hide or downplay anything that we have found.
Out of character?
Right.
I don't think there's too much. We can always say that all of our particular findings is theoretical. And that's about
Right.
it.
Well, what
Because
I'm
it
wondering
is.
It's not so much what we need to do, but more about the underlining. Is there a reason why we should try to hide something or make something unclear or downplay it?
Well, our necessary information is what kind of research stuff that we obtained, like how much data, what kind of data, what sort of physical stuff is, because that's what we came to get. We didn't come to figure out what's inside. That's not our mission. We don't need to be debriefed on our theoretical, like, what these things are.
Part of our mission, though, was to figure out why the colony disappeared, and this has a lot to do with it.
It was bugs.
Well, but and beyond that, we also
And-
may have just found a way to theoretically recolonize Mars, or to drive off the bugs, or do something like that. So this is findings that we should pass on. What I'm trying to figure out is there a reason why we shouldn't pass this on?
Well, how
I
much?
don't think so.
I mean, have we said anything already on the bugged ship? Bugged
Not really, no. Unless your conversation with Patrick over the flower, but I don't know if Patrick ever actually told you about its properties. So no, I don't believe so.
Assuming they don't, I don't know, have our armor bugged, or our
Right.
radio bugged, or our bodies bugged.
Genitals
Then-
bugged.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think you'd notice that.
ideally.
I'd
Yeah.
hope so.
I don't know. I'm good with leaving out information. If they throw a hissy fit, we'll deal with it then.
I'm kind of the opposite. I don't see any reason to try and hide it from them. I mean, I personally, I think Al would think that this is a good thing. There may be a way to recolonize. There may be a way to, if nothing else,
Who would want to live on this
protect-
shitty planet?
that's beside the point.
No, that's entirely the point.
That is
Shitty
clearly the
place with
point,
giant
Squee.
bugs.
We should save them for a shitty planet life.
Well, Criana, it's no worse than living on a shitty space station.
There aren't giant bugs.
I was gonna say there aren't giant bugs that are trying to eat me.
the-
At least
exactly. That's the whole point. This may be a way
What?
to.
no, but there's giant bugs on the, on the planet. That's not the point.
No, that is the point. The flowers could be the key to getting rid or driving off or creating a safe space from the giant bugs. Therefore, they are no longer the problem.
Hey, I don't care. That's fine. I don't give two shits. We're not living on Mars, so whatever
Right.
they want to do with it, that's fine.
Right. I am also with. I don't think we need to hide any of this, but I wanted to make sure that the group's on board with that.
I will say this. Al, or Squee, as Al, you can say as much as you would like to the man.
That's a really horrible way to phrase things. Why? Can you just be straight? Do you want to hide some of this information or not? Don't say, Al, you can do what you want.
It's one of those things where it's like, telling them that we found the data that was here, and we found that the reason why they died off was, yeah, bugs happened, which was our particular data, or giving them surplus data, which giving them what we think the flower's about, and also a way to use it.
No, what? No. I'm not suggesting that we're going to give them, hey, I think you could make weapons out of this or anything like that. I'm suggesting we give them the information we have on the flowers, which is we found these flowers. They were grown as a way to try and deter the bugs, and they might have qualities to that effect. I'm not suggesting we add in our own dissertation on what we think it'll do.
Then, again, like, whatever you say, that is fine. I said specifically that the amount that I want to give is what they wanted to get. If you add anything else,
Okay.
I'm not going to stop you or be dissatisfied if you do so.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
Tom? Or Burn?
Burn, you're muted.
You're asking out of character?
Yeah, out of character.
All right. I was not paying attention to that entire thing.
Oh, jeez.
Nice.
there-
It sounds like something I
High
would
five. High five.
Is there any reason why you would want to hide the information about the flowers and basically what we found? Hide anything that we have found so far from them.
They're gonna find out anyways. So why fucking try?
That's
I
that was
mean-
why. That's what we're trying to figure out. If there's a reason to try.
No,
All right.
not in my opinion.
He says with
'Cause,
authority.
You know, I mean, if they're gonna find out anyways, might as well tell them right the fuck now, where we don't get in trouble, or we can hold off and possibly get in trouble, and maybe more stuff is bugged.
Get grounded to our rooms.
They
Gosh.
come aboard and oh hey, let's install like 5 more cameras in it.
That's your punishment. More cameras.
Bend over. It's going up your butt. All right.
Yay!
Turn okay.
This
I was okay with the
Line?
ship. This is crossing a line.
Yeah.
That line is my butt crack.
You're about to get a mutiny on you like you've never seen.
Butt mutiny.
But me.
All right. Okay. So I think we're in
Naps the
agreement. We're
rubber
just
glove.
going to.
Bend over.
I am fine giving him what we have found without adding any theories to it.
Great. So
Dude,
we'll role play that. But before we do that, do you guys want to do anything with the broken computer and hard drive?
Patrick is.
Okay, great. So here's what I'm thinking. It's a controlled environment. You have a lot of tools at your disposal. There's no real time time pressure. I mean, sure, there's a debriefing in an hour, but it's not like you gotta disarm this bomb or anything like that. So you're not even gonna need a skill check for this, I'm gonna say. But you are going to be utilizing several skills.
Coincidentally, on that season finale of Euro 5.0, there was a bomb disarming portion.
Oh,
Just putting that out there.
fantastic! Yeah.
Well, there you go. I didn't even know that was a new show. I thought you just made that up.
Dude, I made that up.
Oh,
He's that convincing.
Dude, it's Eurostation 5.0. It's like Hawaii 5.0, but I mean,
Oh, I get it. You're. Huh.
Yeah.
Oh boy. This is a bad
Face.
sign when
Sad
the
face.
GM.
Hey, Inferno, have you ever heard of a Harry Potter musical?
I think people are tired.
Yeah, let's finish this up. I gotta go to bed.
Okay, I'm gonna finish this up. Okay, so on the hard drive itself, the computer itself is junk, but on the broken hard drive itself, you see reports by an individual named Aiden Cooper. What it does, it outlines a security detail of a mission called Last Gasp. It provides a personnel count of individuals, demolition order, status updates, and finally, the final decision to buy Dr. Cole as much time as possible. That's just a general overall explanation of what's found on the hard drive, the data that you managed to get. Do you have any questions about that sort of thing?
Nope.
Okay. In addition, you also find blueprints of the terraforming outpost, which was called Germana Prime, and it seems to have been edited to display structural weak points. So, with that information in mind, let's just push ahead, if it's okay with you, with the debriefing with Killian. Groovy?
Go for it.
Okay. So, sure enough, the time comes. You all assemble in the cockpit where all the monitors are. Well, where the largest number of terminals and monitors are. And sure enough, you see the 5 o'clock shadowed face of Killian Blackwater. Also on the conference call is his second, along with Nocturne and everyone else, and her second. And he says, what Nocturne tells me that there wasn't a need for a speedy escape from the landing zone. And she mentions that you guys managed to recover a few things. What did you find?
Well, we found some flowers.
Killian purses his lips a little bit, and you can see he raises an eyebrow when they go on. Facial gesture.
We entered the research lab and found a body, which in and of itself was rather strange, given that there were no other bodies left. There was a data pad near the body that talked about being some of the last ones on the colony, or at least in this area of it, alive. They were trying to grow these flowers as a deterrent for the bugs, and apparently they were successful in growing the flowers in that room. And other than that, the person who was growing the flowers and left the logs died due to toxins from eating the flowers. And we have a hard drive which we have yet to get any data from.
Huh. He kind of gives a bit of a smirk, and he leans back in his chair a little bit, and he says, a deterrent for these bugs? Shit. Do you think maybe that's the reason why there's so little insect activity around that landing zone?
It is possible. We do know the bugs are not fond of the flowers. When we were escaping, they seemed to shy away from one.
Okay, he says. That's really interesting. Do you know what species it works on? Do you think it works on all of them?
According to the logs, they were attempting to make it work on all of them. They were complaining about the difficulty of doing such a thing.
Huh. Wait, did they mention who made the bugs? Or how the bugs came to be here? They're talking about the diversity of them.
They did mention a name of someone who caused the bugs to diversify. But there's very little information.
Oh, sorry. God will touch your brain and remind you of the name.
Yeah, thank you. So I am correct. It mentioned, I wish this guy hadn't.
Dr. Walters.
Dr. Walters, yeah. Al will say, there was a mention of a Dr. Walters. The lady who left the logs was wishing that Dr. Walters had not diversified the bugs so greatly because it made their task more difficult.
Huh. Okay, Killian says. He gives kind of a satisfied frown. He says, "Good job. Tell you what, I'll send some guys on by. We'll recover this hard drive that you talked about, and we'll take some of these flowers for our own study. But you got yourselves a pretty good botanical station there on your ship. I don't see any reason why you can't continue to investigate on your own, as long as, of course, you give me updates on your progress."
We'll be sure to do so.
Good, good. Shit. The turret. I'll be damned. It might make further exploration a lot safer. We'll see. We'll do our own studies, and I'll get back to you soon. Let you know what the next steps are going to be.
All right, we'll be ready.
Okay. Talk to you soon. And with that, he'll log off. Nocturne and their seconds log off soon after. So I have an out of a GM question for you guys. Okay? What you guys, I'm on the fence in a way. Because the data that you guys got, I think would satisfy, because Killian said he had the final say in whether well, the information that you data is sufficient enough to move on to the next objective. Okay? And the data that you got is extremely useful. Right? It doesn't answer a lot of questions about Mars, but the sheer potential of it is significant. So I'd like to give you, the players, an option. You guys can either do another objective, another landing objective, do some more poking around in the colony, right? Or we can move on to the next objective, which is studying the ley lines for an extended period of time. I'm prepared for either way, so don't worry about me, right? I'm so on the fence with this. I want to do what you guys think would be fun, would be next, you know? Yeah. What do you think?
If we don't solve this mystery, no one ever will.
Arrogance. No, just kidding.
I don't know about you guys, but I am still interested in that 2 to Tango landing zone, the access tunnel to the mining outpost.
Agreed. Yeah, the second one I think we should just throw off the map.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Fuck that second one. That's way too much heat.
I don't even know
But,
why. Like, I remember reading it going, does Killian really think this is a viable option?
That's
I
potential.
think he wants us to kill ourselves. You know?
I was like, maybe he's just hoping we'll take that one. Here's a pit of fire. I'm not saying anything, but if you want to go in it, hey.
Just an
Yeah,
idea.
here's the option.
Is there cool stuff down there? Oh yeah, sure.
It's very cool. It's very cool.
Maybe there could be cool stuff. Everyone else might have been
I don't know.
There could be some cool stuff.
He does the whole, like, I don't know. Is there cool stuff down?
And he does like the one eyebrow raise, grinning at the camera.
Nice. Okay, good. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear from Criana or Piffykins, but
I'm cool with whatever.
okay, cool. Yeah, you
Any
just like to
kind
play.
of Mars
Yeah.
and space stuff will be fun either way.
I
Okay,
am
cool.
similarly cool with whatever, so I think going down into the mines would be pretty cool.
Cool. Okay, so maybe I'll prepare that. Well, not prepare. I already have it prepared, but we'll go into that for next session then, and we'll see how long that takes. So that's awesome. That's really great. So if you guys have any ideas what you characters want to do in the meantime, want to spitball any stuff with me, you let me know. But I also want to let you know that Spicy completely ruined my surprise. This entire campaign is really just a manipulation of Tyrath. You guys are on a reality TV show
Oh shit.
called Who Wants to Be My Slave?
Oh, Patrick wants to be a slave. Pick me, Pat. Pick me.
Metal fucking show right there.
Greetings, mortals, to a new episode of Who Wants to Be My Slave?
Patrick does.
I'm
Buzzing the buzzer on the
Why do I get the feeling that the season finale will involve Tiny Wrath?
Well, maybe that's the guest star. Guest commentary.
These guys have given me this staff. What noobs? Ha 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 ha.
I need a Google's Hangout equivalent for Tiny Wrath. I'll have to do some research.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, someday.
Definitely. We can always get on a Skype call anyway and just throw that in, right? Just mute ourselves in Google Plus.
It's what we did with
Oh, yeah.
the last
The story, fan fiction.
yeah, the last fanfiction reading.
Cool. But yeah, no, this session is officially over. So those of you who want to go to fucking sleep right fucking
Yeah,
now.
this
we can do
guy.
so.
I've got 2 thumbs and a bed waiting for me. Bye,
You're
everyone.
a guy?
Like
Bye.
Criana.
I have the biggest
You know.
in the world.
I am also going to crash.
Night.
Get back.
See you guys
Okay,
next
shit.
week or whatever.
Night.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
I suppose I should stop the stream. If
Yeah.
everyone's just going to sleep. Bye, everybody.
It's the 3 of us. Bye
Bye,
bye.
stream. Thank you.